It is draft day.
Hey, New York Jet fans from all around the world. Welcome to Laugh Through The Turbulence, a New York Jets podcast. The show that delivers you all your Jets content. Here are your hosts, John, Adam, and Monty. All the best to the New York Jet fans. J-E-T-S, Jets, 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 go Jets.
Draft day. Draft day.
Draft day.
We made it, boys. We finally made it.
Yeah, that's cool. And just keep the draft link ready to go.
No.
Yeah, I'll let it play out because we got 3 hours and change to kill tonight. You know, depending on what happens with this draft. I even got in the mood. I cooked myself a steak. Look at
Nice.
that cut right there. Look at that. It looks awful.
I got some beers. I'm ready. I'm ready to be hurt tonight. I'm ready to be hurt.
I'm wearing the jersey for the first time in
I got our Laugh Through the Turbulence stuff on. I'm ready to rock because I think when the Jets make their pick, I'm gonna slam my hat down and just have this live stream to vent to because I have a bad feeling they're gonna draft John A. Barron.
I don't think they're gonna go corner today. I think the more disappointing pick would be like Starks or something like that.
I don't think they'll do that at 7. I think it's going to be Barron, and that would just be a disaster of a pick.
It's a really strong cornerback draft. It's a really strong cornerback.
I think the disaster
like Barron,
would
Johnson,
be,
and Hunter are ridiculous.
I think the disaster would be to get rid of Brees and get Gene T. I think that would just be such a one step forward, one step back, or one step back, one step forward type move.
Well, first of all, I don't think Genty's going to be there at 7, right? So I don't think that's the plan. I think if they trade him, it's going to be more so about like
second round, yeah, and change.
Yeah, it's going to be more so about we're not going to pay big money to a running back, so let's get something for him now before we end up like the Giants.
Yeah, I still think that's stupid though. For me, it's like you look at Brees Hall's ceiling, right? Because this is, and this is pertinent because like there's a lot of trade talk. Apparently it was just released, today that they were looking to trade him. That a trade might happen today in the draft. Buffalo Jets fan was talking about it. Asman, a bunch of other people have brought it up, so it is pretty pertinent. But my point on Brees is just that you look at his production ceiling, right? I mean, he was the number 2 passing, receiving back in the league just a year ago. So he can handle the catch volume. He's an accomplished, capable receiver. His breakaway ability. His breakaway speed, his shiftiness. Like, you're not going. He, in my opinion, is a top 10, 15 guy if you got the right. Maybe even a top 5 guy if you have the right coaching and the right O-line. So those kind of backs don't just grow on fucking trees. They don't. So like you have to be damn sure that what you're getting in replacement for that is of comparable value, and I just don't see that happening if the Jets get rid of Brees Hall. I don't see how they make that happen.
Well, I agree. I mean, second round, there's some. First off, it's a really deep running back draft class. You don't have to go Genty. At 6, there's guys in the second and third round, and there's some guys that might be in the back end of the first round that get taken. I mean, like I can't see the Eagles doing it, but like I could see maybe because Buffalo's also having kind of quandaries with what are they going to do with James Cook, right? And they may take a running back because they're pretty realistically, I think a wide receiver's in play for them. But it's like those types of teams, that could think about it. You know what I mean? So, or even like Washington, because they draft really late.
Yeah.
Actually, Washington would be the team, right? If anybody to take a running back, be the second running back off the board.
Yeah.
I mean, look, if you look at running backs from everything that I'm seeing,
Chargers.
and that I'm sure we're all seeing, it's a lot of people are saying Genty to 5 at Jacksonville. If not, maybe the Raiders at 6, the Bears at 10. You're looking running back Denver at 20. So there are a lot of people in the top 20 that might take a running back. So, I don't know like what the
What's that sound?
I don't know. What is that?
Is it the anthem being sung in the background? I got my TV.
Yeah.
Oh, it's really that loud? I don't know. I barely hear it, and I'm here.
I heard it just like.
Oh. All right. Well.
Yeah, it sounded like a very gospel churchy kind of voice. Was that right?
Okay.
Was that right?
Well, it's a guy on a guitar. I mean, it might be like some country. Sound like some country shit, to be honest. But anyway, back to Breece Hall.
I'm not racist.
I don't think that you're, because again. So like, even if they don't take Ginty and they get a RB later, like that RB still has to be like Breece Hall level for it to really be worth it.
But Monty, I think you're looking at it again from the perspective of Breece Hall is due a new contract at the end of this year, right?
Mm-hmm.
If this regime does not believe in paying big money to a running back, this is a historically deep running back class, right? So if you trade Breece Hall and you can get a Travion Henderson to pair with Braylon Allen, to add to Isaiah Davis, and you start the rookie clock again on a running back, that might be how they're looking at it, right? Now, there's no guarantee they're going to trade him. They may be putting feelers out there for a trade at the trade deadline if the season isn't going the way they wanted to. But let me ask you this. Are you willing, as the Jets, knowing that you have to extend Garrett, Sauce, Jermaine, AVT, right? Are you willing to pay Breece Hall what he's going to want to be paid at the end of this year?
I think that we already were like, I said this, on the show, a while ago. I think the hardest person to extend / keep on the team is Breece Hall. I think he's been quietly suffering. And I think he's just a quiet guy who maybe if you asked him, between me and you and the wall and no media, no one around, I think he would probably have not the greatest opinion, of the Jets and the Jets organization. And for that reason, I don't really care if he sticks around long term, unless it's in a team friendly manner or what have you. But what I'm saying is you don't get rid of talent like that, if you have it in hand. He's still locked in for at least this year. And honestly, I'd rather just, have him plus the 2 backs that we have, and then we can get one next year, if we really need to. But right now, crowding the running back room, bringing in and wasting a pick when we have a lot of other positional needs on running back. I rather just cross that bridge when we come to it, and we haven't come to it yet. That bridge is next year. That's not this year.
But again, I think and listen, I'm just playing devil's advocate here. I don't think they should trade him, but if they did, I would understand it. I would see the logic again. And to think about this regime, whether it's with the draft, whether it's with what their plans are, they've been absolutely tight-lipped. So we have no idea how this group is going to kind of, work moving forward. So I don't think that we have any idea. Do they think Braylon Allen is a better fit? Do they think Braylon Allen and Isaiah Davis on a highly cheap rookie contract are worth more to them than having Breece Hall, who they may have to extend? We don't know anything because they've been doing a great job of being tight-lipped. So
I do like that. I do like that.
Yeah.
I'm just still, I'm sticking to my guns on that one. I don't think moving away from Brees this year is a good move. I don't like all the attention that it's getting. I don't like how hyped up that is as a potential move. What's up, John?
Yeah, Adnan, I think my stream is better than yours. So
Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work.
Yeah,
So you can go
you're
ahead.
fired.
All right.
You're
All right.
fired.
Yeah, well, he
fine.
had the lowest upload out of all of us. So
Yeah,
even though
so
he had the
that's-
best downstream,
Yeah,
so
So I'm the best. I'm the best.
You-
Is that what
yeah.
you're saying?
you had you said your connection.
no, your connection is
best.
the best.
I'm the best.
Well, that has
though, right?
the connection has nothing to do with you.
You did absolutely nothing but pay me.
right.
I'm the best.
I want to shift a little bit here because I know that the Brees Hall thing is out there and all of that. But one of the things that I wanted to talk about a little bit is kind of, and I want to get your guys' thoughts on this. My levels from based off of everything that we've heard, all the players that have been mocked to the Jets, kind of my levels of acceptance based on who they'll draft, right? So I will be ecstatic if they draft Membu or Tyler Warren, right? That's tier number one.
Same.
That's who I want. Tier number two, if they draft Kelvin Banks, I'll be happy, not ecstatic, but happy that they're still trying to shore up that right tackle position. If they
what about Will
draft,
Campbell?
what's that?
I'm guessing you're going to Will Campbell next, right?
No, I'm going to say, because I don't think Campbell will be there. I think he's going 4.
If he's there, though.
If he's there, absolutely.
If he's there, he'd be in kind of the Calvin Banks tier, right? Kind of like, I get it. Hopefully it works at right tackle. And I'd be happy about it. Okay. If you're telling me it's Mason Graham or Jalen Walker, I would be disappointed, but completely understand why they made the pick. If it's Jahdae Barron, I want this regime fired before the second round so somebody else can make the picks.
Okay, what if it's Tech?
Same with Tet. I don't think he's a fit. I don't think there are a lot of things with him. Todd McShay, I know it's just one guy, but Todd McShay has him as his 50th overall prospect. I was listening to Peter Schrager today. There are a lot of people who have issues with Tet, so I wouldn't want him at 7 overall.
The main issue with Ted is he's slow. That's really what it is. He's got great hands. His attitude's a little bit off. I don't love that too. But other than that, because he's like a typical Gen Z kid.
But I didn't think.
Other than that, he's fine. Like he's
tall
as shit.
They all can't be Travis Hunters. Travis Hunter's a great guy. He's
great,
just got a bad girlfriend.
But I think absolute amazing hands, like great hands. Tech McMillan.
I would put him in the same. I would.
He could catch water.
I would put him in that Kelvin Banks, I'd be happy, but concerned.
Cool.
Right?
All right. Hypothetically, what if they trade back?
Yeah, if they trade back and got Tet, that wouldn't be.
So here's what I'm saying. The only way.
Or Luther Brown or Emeka, whatever his name is.
Emeka Buka. I think what I want them to do, if they're going to trade back, I think that signifies they want to draft defense, right? Because at 7, if they're going to stay, and if Membu's off the board, you'll probably still have Warren or Banks, maybe Will Campbell. But I feel like if you trade back, you're kind of looking more defensive. Also, I feel like I just don't know how you can pass on a tackle at that point, because tackles in the second round just aren't even close to the caliber of the tackles in the first round, right? So I could, if they go Banks, Campbell, or Membu, that's probably the best pick no matter how you look at it. If all 3 of them are gone, then it should be Warren, right? So I don't know. There's just so much. I'm all mixed up because there's so much conflicting information now from what we thought it would be.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not as mad at Tech McMillan of a pick. I wouldn't obviously like him at 7, but depending on what we could get for trading back, and if we were still able to get him and trade back or someone like him, then I'd be cool with that. Honestly, I think that this is a prime year for a trade back. Listen, my top 2 is same as your top 2, Membu and Tyler Warren. Although if Will Campbell fell, I'm totally on board with Will Campbell too. I think
none of the quarterbacks, right? None of the quarterbacks, right, guys?
No. I mean, look, if somehow Cam Ward falls to 7, fine.
Yeah.
I don't want any of these quarterbacks. I don't want Dart. I don't want Shador anywhere earlier than the 2nd round and not trading up for it.
Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't if they went with Shador and they really felt that he was as good as, they think, and they went with that, then, I think I would just have to give it a chance. I don't think I would be ready to call for their heads over that. I know Adnan would. I would not. I think Shador's underrated, and I think the QBs in this class are underrated just because it's not chock full of, because it's not 2023. All of a sudden it's it's the worst QB draft ever. I think QB drafts are, you don't have a draft like 2023 that often where you get so many starters out of one draft. That doesn't happen often. So,
but I would also
2018.
say, but I would also
that was
say
the other time, 5 years.
But I think
7 years.
But I think the other conundrum is that next year is supposed to be a 2023 or 2024 type draft, right? So it's not like you're looking ahead and saying, man, next year is going to be garbage too. Might as well grab a guy now, right? If you're drafting Shador Sanders at 7, you're not taking a quarterback next year. And if Shador turns out to be not a franchise guy, and Matt Miller, I believe it was from ESPN, he had tweeted this out, and I believe it wholeheartedly. Missing on a quarterback is exponentially worse than not drafting one at all. And in this draft, with the other needs that you have, I don't even think you should think quarterback in the first 3 rounds. But Monty, I do want to say something to you directly. I think you had in our mock draft where you had the Giants taking Ted McMillan 3rd overall. Mm-hmm. That's a ballsy call and something that I think deserves to be rewarded if you're right. If the Giants draft Ted McMillan at 3 overall, I'm going to Venmo you $250 immediately. Take Brent out to a nice dinner. I mean, $250. I don't know how far that will get you in Manhattan, but I'm going to Venmo you $250 if the Giants take Ted McMillan.
Well, there was a number of reasons for that. I mean, number one was that Carter was gone by that point, which is the consensus of who the Giants are going to take at that pick. The other part was just. I don't know. I don't love Travis Hunter as a person. I like the talent. I like the talent, but I don't know.
Do you guys want to? They're doing the intro for the draft. Do we want to go to that real quick?
Yeah, throw it on.
It's kind of cool.
Did you put volume on or no?
Yeah, put the volume on.
All right. Well.
Bum, bum.
Titans have the 1st overall pick.
Travis
Hunter, Heisman Trophy winner from Colorado, and a rare 2-way player who wants to play on both sides of the ball in the NFL.
No, they're not doing it.
Abdul Carter, the star from Penn State, says that he is the best player in this draft class.
It's still cold there.
Splendid career wearing that number 11.
Wisconsin, man. It's always cold.
We'll hear his name called.
Yeah.
All right. Just so we don't lose our privileges to stream.
Anger the YouTube gods. So I'm reading here, like I'm just on Twitter right now scrolling.
Mm-hmm.
Browns are taking calls at number 2.
They are
3.
They are that because I mean I just was watching a pregame kind of like one of those like lead up shows, and they were saying how the Browns are not the word out of that camp is that they are not decided. It's not a done deal lock that they just take Travis Hunter. And I think to some degree, if a team's willing to give up enough of a haul and a team at the top is at enough of a rebuild situation in their career, in their history, I don't know, maybe you do it. Maybe you do sacrifice a high level talent like Hunter, or a high level talent like Carter, or a high level talent like any of these other guys, and you forego taking them in exchange for having because look how having all those first round picks changed the Jets trajectory. It really changed who we were as in terms of our, what we were as a team. Like we really overnight became like a team that people were actually like interested in and talking about and had actual talent. And, and on defense, it made a big deal. Jermaine was an impact player right away. Brees was an impact player right away. Sauce is an impact player right away. All Garrett too. Like, if you can really have a draft like that, and you can, load up on picks for a draft, I think maybe you do it, because it's like you got to have a shock. Like it's hard to just pick that one first rounder and then have that be the impact like Jaden Daniels. Like that doesn't happen that often, where you get one guy who really can almost single-handedly turn the team around. You don't see that often.
Yeah, no, I get it. I just think that like in a draft like I mean, if you can get a haul, especially because there isn't a quarterback you like, right? So if someone's moving up like for example, I'm reading that Denver wants to move up to the top 10. If you're gonna move down to 20, you can get an absolute haul. You know what I mean? Like you can get probably a first rounder next year, move back to 20, a second rounder this year, like a first and a fourth next year. So I think it's I think
was that Lil Wayne?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Anyway, Goodell is let's see if he's getting booed. Yep, he's getting booed.
Welcome.
Yeah, what else is new?
2025 NFL Draft in Green Bay, Wisconsin.
Yeah, I'll just we don't need to watch him, right? I'm just gonna put us here in the background and have him listen.
People said that Green Bay was too small for the population of 107,000.
Yeah, you got Lil Wayne.
But we have over 125,000 people here and still counting.
It's a terrible bot. Got some kids though.
Yeah,
back there.
Obviously,
really bad timing to say that.
Green Bay may be small, but it's mighty.
True statement.
Thanks for welcoming us here tonight.
Is that
and hope you have a great few days.
Background?
I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
It is. And then on the left, I don't know who that is. Yeah, none. Remember we went to Lambeau?
I do.
It was an awesome trip. It was a good time.
Yeah.
I still keep in touch with, by the way, the people from Idaho that had never been to a Jet game.
Oh, yeah.
That's cool.
Remember the sisters that had never been to a Jet game until that game.
Yeah.
I'm like, and they're like Jet fans for some weird reason.
No, that was a great trip. You know what? I did see that schools are closed in Green Bay today and tomorrow. So they have all the students off and they go back to school on Monday. That's awesome.
That is wild, man. Yeah. Imagine that. That's wild.
Yeah. Oh, you got Jordy Nelson and Clay Matthews. Cool. And looks like Mason Crosby. Oh.
Yeah, whatever, man.
I don't know who the guy on the left is though.
We just need to worry about putting it on when the picks are made. I don't think we need to do a play-by-play of what's going on the
Roger, but I just got off the phone with the president, Donald Trump. He asked me to pass a message along to all 32 NFL franchises.
Boo.
Let me tell you, all right?
That's the message.
It says, my fellow Americans, the Bears still suck!
That's actually funny.
That was actually pretty good.
That's actually funny.
My fellow Americans, the Bears still suck.
Fantastic.
That is funny though.
All right, let's get to the picks here.
Yeah, right.
They
always drag this shit out, man. It's
Play
always
looks good though.
big pain in the ass, these guys.
John, let's keep it muted until the picks are made. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I know. But I just wanted to get this.
It's time to get the show started. Are you ready?
Yeah.
The 2025 NFL Draft is now officially open.
Yeah.
The Tennessee Titans are on the clock.
On the clock. Who do they
That's
take?
all I needed to get going. You know,
They should be rushing to
yeah.
the fucking podium to
But
say,
but
Cam,
but that's not how it works though.
Yeah,
because
of course, they gotta
10 minutes.
they got to get the calls. They got to take their offers. I know.
it's
but
not just
I'm
that,
just-
but this is like free advertisement for the Titans though. you
Yeah.
know?
Yeah. I mean, listen, they always drag their time out. They got to act like they're making it, but this pick's been decided since weeks ago.
Yeah,
Cam is
yeah.
there.
He kind of differentiated himself from the rest of the crew throughout the season, and
In case you didn't know, it's going to be Cam Ward.
it's because of what he as far as his leadership and the throws that he made. You talked to Mario Cristobal, who
He looks. Yeah, he's got a nice suit on. No button down underneath though, which I don't like, and the gold chain, which is fine. But I like a button down. Like if you're gonna suit up, don't wear a t-shirt underneath. I've always thought that was a stupid look. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't like.
You're talking about the t-shirt underneath the suit, or what do you?
Yeah. That look, I always thought it was really stupid.
It's not my favorite. It was like an 80s thing, and it just kind of never died. And I just not for me. If you're wearing a suit, wear a damn suit.
Yeah, that's how I
What
feel.
do you guys think about sneakers with suits? Like actual sneakers, not like the dress, not like the dress shoe sneakers, but actual.
I think it depends. I think it depends on the sneaker. Like I'm not wearing some freaking like some Ken Griffey's, with a suit, or some obnoxious, Air Maxes or something like that. I think if you could wear like some Stan Smiths, like some all white Stan Smiths, I think that sometimes looks good.
Well, let me ask you this also on top of that. Does the event matter?
Absolutely. You
Right?
can't
Like
just
the event, like
you can't just be rocking sneakers with a suit to like, I don't know, anything. You got
like a black tie event. Like you can't
like a funeral or a wedding or whatever like that. I wouldn't do it.
I think the only way sneakers could work with a sport coat and a button down and like nice jeans, but like it have to be like one color tone sneakers.
Right, but you're talking about a more like casual look, right? What I'm saying is like full suit and sneakers.
Ashton Ginty's got on Crocs with his fucking suit.
Dude, listen.
Really?
Yes, this generation is obsessed with those ugly ass Croc shoes.
But you know what else I will say is
shower
shoes.
shoes.
As I get older, I'm more and more about like do whatever makes you comfortable too. When I was like 24, like you get dressed up for everything. Now, I'm gonna be 45,
but that's the thing is like they're just skipping right to that stage. That's what I'm saying, like about this younger generation. They're very much like they never wanted to dress up ever. Like dressing up for them is like some goofy shit that you wouldn't even consider dressing up.
Yeah, like a black hoodie. my God, I'm just
like a super oversized black hoodie, some jeans that look like the Jinkos that the metalheads used to wear when we were in 8th grade or whatever. Remember Jinkos? John, you probably wore some Jinkos, huh?
Let's see. Abdul Carter's got. I don't know what that is.
John, you didn't wear Jinkos? I could see you wearing some Jinkos.
No, I was like my style in high school was pretty basic. It was jeans, some heavy metal T-shirt, and just like a normal hoodie.
Yeah, John also went to a school that cost $250,000 a year. So
that's not true. It's not like
that. It was only 50.
Yeah, my bad.
No, Eunice was like. I think it was like 15 to 20K at the time, which was pretty decent. Now I've heard now it's like 60 grand though.
Yeah,
that's
crazy. Kindergarten through high school, yeah, and then college was like 48 to 50.
Yeah.
Wait, you pay for? Wow.
I went the opposite direction. I actually started with a pretty like elite younger like elementary and early middle school. I went to Berkeley Carroll, which is like, nowadays it's like super expensive to go there. But then as I got older, I went to public high school and state school for college. So
yeah,
UCF baby.
Hey Monty, and another quick thing. How familiar are you with Tampa?
Pretty familiar. I have friends that live there. When I was in college, I for a little while dated a girl who lived out there, so I would drive back and forth.
Tampa's nice.
I like Tampa a lot. My good friend's actually the director of emergency management for the city of Tampa.
My
other friend's a DJ there, so I got some connects there.
Well, I'm asking because I'm going to Tampa the end of June with my cousin. We're trying to make like an every year trip. We went last year. We're going this year. I keep waiting. I got to make reservations at Burns.
Yeah, you can't wait, bro. You
can't wait. So they're because it's almost 2 months out. We're going June 27th.
All right, pick is in. Yeah,
they're not going to it yet, but the pick is in. Just so you know, I will be turning over to it soon.
But yeah, Burns is a must. If you
Burns is amazing. I went a while ago. I tried to get reservations last year, and the earliest we could get was 11 p.m. That was all they had because I waited too late. So now it's 2 months out. We're going June 27th, so I'm looking for the 28th. I check every day for the for the bookings to be available, so I can.
Burns is what kind of restaurant?
It's
a steakhouse. One of the best. It's one of the best in the world, actually.
Yeah, it's amazing. So that's where when you go to Tampa, Burns is the place to go.
Absolutely.
That's cool. I just made myself an awesome steak.
Steaks are the best. Monty, have you ever been to Council Oak?
Yeah, I love Council Oak.
It's amazing. The one in the Hard Rock. That place is amazing. We also went to Mise en Place, which is awesome. I don't know if you've been there.
I haven't been to that place yet, but
good. It's a French theme, but you can get like anything. It's so good.
Hell yeah.
All right. The pick's about to come up, so I'm about to tune into it soon. I'm waiting for Goodell to walk out there.
All right.
Oh man, guys, I'm so nervous. What are the Titans gonna do? The suspense is killing me.
Yeah, he's gonna drag this pick out. The Titans of Tennessee decide to pick.
This is annoying. I'm trying to watch something on my iPad, but like the picks are coming. Like I hate when they put the picks out before it's made on TV. I gotta turn everything off. Turn my phone
I don't understand. Yeah. You're watching something. Wait, you're doing a show and you're watching something on your iPad right now?
Dude, I have Todd.
The draft open.
I have Todd McShay.
I have the draft. I have the draft behind me. I just can't hear it.
I have Todd McShay on my iPad, and I have the Knicks on the big TV.
All right. Yeah, I have the Knicks on, but I'll just comment. Let's look at the Fashion Week right here. So he's got white sneakers and a suit.
Trade alert! Trade alert!
Yeah, see, like
Browns traded.
This doesn't look too bad.
Browns, you paid attention? Jacksonville.
Wow.
Are they going to pay Travis Hunter?
That makes no sense. That was
It
not
makes absolute sense.
What did Jacksonville just give for that, though? I wonder. I'm dying to know that. That's what I want to know.
Oh, this is awesome. We're already off to a great start.
That's crazy.
I don't think anyone had Jacksonville mocked up to go up.
But you know what? If Jacksonville, for some reason, doesn't take Hunter or Carter, that sucks for us because the Patriots are going to get one of them. Like if they traded to 2 to make sure they got Ashton Genty so no one could trade ahead of them, now Carter or Hunter is going to go through. Oh, that's infuriating.
That happened really quickly, too.
You know think what I mean? They traded up with the Browns to 2 to get Ashton Genty?
I mean, listen, if they look, I would imagine it's Travis Hunter, but all you've heard is Genty, and maybe they want to make sure that, like, the Patriots don't trade out of 4 to someone who wants Genty.
All I know is this just put a huge monkey wrench in things, and we are. This is going to be very interesting to see how this plays out. I'm curious
what Jacksonville's needs were going in, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, what? You know, what's his name? Oh my God, why am I fucking blanking on this name?
Liam Cohen.
No, they're running back.
Travis Etienne.
Etienne. Yeah, Etienne is.
So according to PFF, they need wide receiver, tight end, D interior, and safety.
Well, they didn't. Well, so if they didn't trade up for Tet McMillan, I would say, right?
Yeah. They didn't do that because they could have got him.
Yeah,
they have a new coach, right? Yeah,
Liam Cohen.
Yeah,
the guy who awkwardly said Duval when he got hired. You guys remember that? It was the weirdest thing ever.
Yeah.
Well, you know, you can't
make another trading it away.
You can't teach seasoning.
Can you imagine Jacksonville trading away this pick right now too? But no, you know what I mean? Like trading up to trade it out, like in what draft day or whatever it was, right?
What? That's crazy.
Since Adnan watched that to basically, get himself all hyped for this.
What
draft day.
Since that movie has come out, the Jets have drafted horribly, except for 2022.
What are you talking about? Relax,
well, they just have drafted horribly forever. That's just what the Jets do typically. So hopefully, this is not the year where that happens again. But we'll see. This this little turn of events is put a little excitement into things.
Yeah,
it's very exciting. I mean, last year's was interesting. Was it 2 years ago when Houston traded to get up to 3 as well? That was interesting too, and that kind of came out of nowhere.
How the hell?
It was the right move for them.
Yeah, because that was there weren't that many blue chips in that draft. There really weren't. But wow, so Jacksonville is this is interesting. What did they give up? Did we know?
No, we won't know that yet. Probably won't know that for I don't know how soon do we usually know that stuff?
It'll be pretty cool. It'll be in a couple minutes.
Pick is in. They need corner, DT, safety, and O line. It says. I don't think they're trading up that high to go O line.
Listen, if they
unless they go Campbell.
If you look at ESPN and PFF, if they draft Travis Hunter, it solves 2 of those needs, right? Yeah. Corner and wide receiver.
Yeah, but also maybe I don't know. Were the Giants thinking about Mason Graham at all? Because they're set at edge, you know what I mean? And then there's
well, they have Dexter Lawrence, right? I doubt they would.
Yeah, if you put Mason Graham there, you had the best front in the league.
That's the best line, instantly the best D line in the league, right there.
Yeah, but
or he's up at least one.
Brian Burns, Lawrence, and Graham.
Yeah, Thibodeau is the weak link if you think about it. How crazy is that?
Jesus Christ! I mean, you got to have your competitive advantage. If you're always generating pressure just from your line.
I hope it's Travis Hunter or Abdul Carter, man. I do not want one of them to fall to the Patriots.
I don't think it can be Carter, given that they have Trayvon Walker and Josh Allen.
Dude, that doesn't. But the Giants
that don't matter,
but
man.
The Giants.
No, but you don't trade up to do that when you're already loaded at that position. You know what I mean? You trade up to fill a need. Okay, here we go. Jacksonville got 2nd overall pick, 4th round pick, 6th round pick. Browns got first this year and next year, and this year's second and fourth round picks. Wow, that's a lot.
First to move up 3 spots next year?
Yeah, that's how the Jimmy Johnson trade chart works.
That's how that works. Yeah,
that's insane.
A next year first.
So they moved down to 5. They picked up a second this year, a first next year, and what else this year?
It was okay. They got a second, a first, second, and a fourth. I think it said. For
first, second, and fourth. Yeah, that's
and another first for a first and a fourth.
Wait, another for no way.
Yeah, I think they swapped fours.
No, yeah.
Well, someone look it up. Anyway, the pick is in, and here comes Goodell. So this will change the whole draft.
Play it up. Let's hear it.
Yeah, let's hear it.
All right, that's great. Good for him. Walter Payton, blah, blah, blah. All right. Duval County, baby.
Can you not put this on the screen, John?
You can put it on the screen now, John.
Volume.
Yeah.
There we go.
Can't hear it though.
Yeah, John, you gotta unmute it on the screen. If you look at the pack.
Yeah, you're right. I did that.
So why don't you unmute it?
Yeah, because he has to kick out to do it or something.
Yeah, I'll just do this again.
Oh my God.
League in
Travis Hunter. They traded up for Hunter.
As we remember, Walter Payton, strive to leave a positive legacy of your own. Thank you.
All right.
Just doing that for copyright reasons. I'll go right to it in a second. Just doing it for copyright reasons because they're looking.
We have a trade.
Nah, they definitely going to
Browns
take
have
Hunter,
traded
man.
the second pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Imagine they took Sanders.
And with the second pick in the
they need a receiver.
NFL draft,
They need
the
a receiver.
Jacksonville Jaguars select Travis Hunter, wide receiver from Colorado.
Travis Hunter and Brian Thomas Jr. That's it.
Yeah, and that keeps him away from the Pats. Now, if the Giants will just take Carter, then I don't care what the Pats do it for. They can trade out whatever.
Let's just do a runway thing here in silence. We got pink suit, black underneath. I actually don't think this is bad. I think the stitching on the suit is stupid. I like the color scheme though, but I don't know what this little thing is coming across.
He went with a double-breasted.
Double-breasted, yeah.
Yeah,
but I don't like that. I know what you're talking about. It's just like
the thing inside.
Yeah, I think that's dumb because it's not like it's not a vest. It's not I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea what that is.
It's just like a strap, which is
I'm not a fan of that. But
it's like a strap for your monocle. You know what I mean? Guys, it's like a stretch for your monocle.
Can we stop for a second and talk about the haul that the Browns just got for that pick?
Yeah, they're in rebuild, and they got 2 first rounds for next year now.
And that's a problem for the Jets because they're a quarterback needy team. You know what I mean? So that's a team now that has ammo to move up if they want to get their quarterback. God, that's a good move by the Browns, man. Watch them take Shador at 5. Can't stomach him at 2, but maybe at 5.
It's just very strange. I'm sure it's very rare teams trade up in the top 3 to get non-quarterbacks. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's very rare.
But I think when you look at Travis Hunter, like we said, needs wide receiver, corner, you potentially fill.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Trevor Lawrence is not a bad quarterback. I think he's just, he's had not the greatest coaching, and also he's taken a little while to develop. But I don't think he's a bad QB. I think he can be, definitely a top half of the league QB, enough for them to, to lead that team to be successful. So you give them the weapons. You've got to believe in your guy, and you spent a first overall on him not long ago. So let's see what happens now that he is loaded with talent. Brian Thomas Jr. was great last year. Absolute stud.
I just didn't think that, just given that, like, I did not. If you're going to tell me throw a dart at the board, who was going to trade up with Cleveland for that,
for wide receiver,
I did not think it was going to be them, because realistically, it's a deep cornerback class, and there's like good wide receiver 2 talent in this class, really strong wide receiver 2, and you already have a wide receiver 1.
I think he's the best. I think he's going to play wide receiver.
The draft.
I would think so too. I don't know. I think it's easier realistically for him to just study corner, do that, and then come in for the gadget stuff for wide receiver.
And then be wide receiver 3 for 30 plays and be corner 1 for 60 plays, right?
What's their depth chart look like right now? I'm just curious.
Their receiver depth chart is shot. It's Brian Thomas Jr. and a bunch of nobodies.
Yeah. I think
Gabe Davis and Diami Brown. Yeah, it's not. Gabe Davis is okay.
Yeah, Gabe Davis is okay. Brown had some big moments for the Commanders last year.
Look at you.
What
an asshole.
What a dick this guy is.
Yeah, it's Brian Thomas, Diami Brown, Gabe Davis, and then a bunch of guys you've never heard of in your whole life.
Travis Hunter, man, that was look. Man, how do you? Well, you know what it is though. Also, you can stomach trading a future first when you know who your quarterback is. Right? Like nothing is going to change the fact that Trevor Lawrence is their starter. They just re-upped the contract, right? So like you're not looking at now. You're saying if I can get Travis Hunter, he's just a unicorn, man. It's crazy. Well,
I'm looking at their corner room. It's not great. Like it's Tyson Campbell. It's Tyson Campbell. That's their one, and then Jerry and Jones. That's what their depth chart says right now.
Now you got dude. That was a smart trade by Jacksonville, I think, because you're not worrying about a quarterback.
Yeah, and the Giants pick is in, by the way.
That's why I wish the Jets would find a real quarterback, because they can do crazy moves and it doesn't hurt you as much.
Exactly. I agree.
Yeah. Okay. So Giants. I mean, I guess it's Carter, but they should just trade Thibodeau, KT right now, because in theory, right? I mean, I think they picked up the 5th year on him, but he's always kind of been, he's been very consistent. But the talent is clearly there. God, you know what's crazy? I wanted him in our draft when we drafted in that year, but we needed an edge. But we solved that with Jermaine later, and that was the perfect draft.
So it seems like the draft is gonna go at least so far as we kind of predicted it will. With
now the
Cam Ward, then Hunter.
Here we go.
Then
35 NFL draft. The New York Giants select
Carter.
Abdul Carter.
Yeah.
Defensive end, Penn State.
Yeah.
Amazing.
You know why they love it?
Carter looks like a beast.
Carter's going to be a beast, man. Good.
Well, yeah, but man, that's a scary edge room right there.
Jesus.
I mean, the third downs are going to be crazy. Wow, look at this ugly suit. It's like a freaking cape.
But also, dude, one of the things,
like a vest and a cape, and it's one sleeve.
No, I think that other sleeve is just.
You think it's attached?
Oh
I
no,
think
it's like
I think it's a sweater it's a sweater underneath, like a cape.
It might just be a different type of sleeve. I don't know. It's not my favorite. I wouldn't.
This is a terrible fashion choice. I mean, someone paid him big, and obviously he's got the bling.
Well, I mean, the styling. So bright I can't read it. The styling is that Middle Eastern style,
Okay, Monty, what does that say? I can't read it. I'm too white to know what that says.
Oh my God! Jesus Christ, you're an idiot.
I can't read it from this little ass screen.
What does it say?
John's a dick. That's what it says.
I don't know what it says. I honestly couldn't read it on the screen.
Guys, listen.
I'm sure you could look it up.
Guys, this has turned out into exactly what we wanted. Hunter and Carter don't get to the Pats. That's what we needed.
Right.
Wow, that's crazy. I didn't realize 11 was the edge number in Penn State.
Well,
Lamar Arrington and Micah Parsons and Carter.
So what I'll also say, though, with the Giants drafting him, now let me say this so nobody jumps down my throat. I understand you didn't draft, Carter at 3 to not be an edge rusher. But when he started his career at Penn State, he played off the ball, right? So he does give you versatility on those pass rush.
Yeah, you could play 3-4.
Exactly. To line up anywhere. He can drop in coverage if you want to get exotic. Like, there's so many things they can do to use him as a chess piece. Like, the Giants just got a lot better, I think.
Wow, what a hot take. Giants got better by adding the best talent in the draft. Wow. What a hot.
Look, there are a lot of people who thought they shouldn't take him, right? So I think that
what a hot take.
They made a smart move. They didn't overthink it. They didn't trade out. Good for them.
6'3", 250.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a big quarterback seeking homing missile of a human being.
Yeah.
Now, though, John, to your point, I think it will be interesting to see if they trade Thibodeau or hold on to him.
See, look at his dad's bling. It's like the Adidas logo,
You have to throw it on screen. I can't see
it.
Yeah.
He's got some bling, though.
Jeez.
Yeah, that NIL money, man.
That NIL money is something else. But what's funny? It's like these guys were always rich anyway because they were getting all kinds of like under the table booster money before. Like now it's just more out in the open, really. It's all the same shit they were getting.
Well, also like these guys dressed up, like they're getting paid to dress up like this.
True.
That's all stuff that like they've been fitted for. It's just like with like the Oscars and the Grammys, these actresses have $100,000 necklaces and then they have to give them back afterwards.
Yeah, but remember back in the day, like early 2000s, when the suits were like way too large for every guy.
Baggy?
Oh my god, so bad. That was the worst. The worst suit time was like, especially like those, like the suits that like NBA players.
Yeah, I was just gonna say the NBA.
I remember the suit that Michael Vick wore. That thing was like way too big.
Yeah, but it was.
Yeah, the long like suits that look like Tupac and Biggie in the late 90s.
Yeah.
Those suits were just awful, man.
Pat's pick is in, by the way, but they went to commercial, so they're sucking up that Geico money right now.
The fitted suit is where it's at.
Yeah, I always liked seeing people like when you get the Samoan, like the flail and the lail and all that, like that I always appreciated when I see that at these drafts.
Tep McMillan's got one on.
Yeah, he does.
Our guy Zach Rosenblatt commented on the trade. He said the Jaguars trading a future first plus all the other stuff to move from 5 to 2 and not pick a quarterback when your roster isn't even that good is insane. I mean, not a bad take by Zach.
I mean, I don't know. He's a Jets fan though, so
No, but it is insane. I mean, we're talking about it like it's kind of crazy.
Are our takes really, can they really be trusted when we are Jet fans? I don't know. We know what we're talking about.
I don't think Zach Rosenblatt is a Jet fan. He's a reporter with Diana Rossina for the Athletic.
I thought he was a Jets fan.
I don't know, man. I mean, is Samini a Jet fan? Right?
Yeah,
he has to.
Yeah, Samina is a Jet fan.
I don't know, man.
He's just sick of it,
Yeah, I mean, I can't blame him. I can't blame him.
Like he probably went. I mean, when he started with the Jets, must have been like during Rex's era, right?
No,
or Mangini.
Before that, it was way before. He became the Jets for like 30 years.
Right. But like I'm saying, like that, like when he came through, they were good, and then just to turn into dog shit, just dog shit. We're dog shit.
I mean, see, he started covering the Jets in 1989.
Yeah,
Oh, shit.
Samini.
Okay,
Samini's
so he
been
went through
covering.
shit. Damn.
Yeah,
He went
he's
through
been
all the shit.
He's been
Was
through
he
all
with
of it.
ESPN the whole time?
I
No,
don't
I
know,
think it was like
but no
local
wonder
beat
he's
reporting and then,
so jaded about the Jets, because wouldn't you be if you had to,
yeah, dude,
as
of
your
course.
job, cover this absolute mess
I
of
think
an organization? I mean, we've been doing this for a year, and I'm already getting fucking tired.
All right,
He's
real
been-
quick. The
he's
Pats are about to
insane.
pick, and Adnan, just stop looking at whatever other thing you're looking at, because
No, I won't say anything.
Boo!
no,
the
just turn it
Pats.
off. Just turn it off.
Why, dude? I can watch whatever the hell I want. I just won't say
Because
anything.
we're doing a show.
Yeah, and I'm right here present.
Yeah, but you're like, whatever. You're being a dick.
Sound like my fiance. Get off the phone.
This is a freaking marriage. All right, so okay. Let's see. Vrabel. I mean, it's probably Campbell, right?
Will Campbell or well, what are their needs again?
You know why? I want you to turn it off because I want your actual reaction to this stuff. Not like
I give my actual reaction. Don't worry about it, man.
Well, you're like what, 3 seconds ahead, right? Or what, 10 seconds ahead?
He's not watching. He's watching the Knicks game.
I'm watching Todd McShay, and they're off of the ESPN feed. So I only put on ESPN when you have to log out and log back in.
All right,
you can turn it off. You can turn it off. You don't need Todd McShay and Mel Kiper going,
It's just McShay, man. Come on, keep up. McShay's not even at ESPN anymore.
I don't care anymore, man. I just
microphone.
All right, let's do it.
With the fourth pick in the 2021 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Will Campbell.
Yeah,
perfect.
We knew it. It's going exactly as we thought.
Exactly as we thought, and I don't think Will Campbell is that good. So I'm glad
he's got good hair, though.
For the Jets.
I think he's good.
He's got great hair. Look at this suit. Look at this suit he's got. I know. He's got some gut, dude.
Yeah, I mean, he's a big boy. He's an offensive lineman.
I'm not a fan of these buttons, the outer ones that are kind of Ving in, per se.
Let me listen.
And he's wearing sneakers, white sneakers.
God, the worst.
Guys, let me ask you this: what do the Browns do here?
Nice hair, though. Nice hair.
What do the Browns do at 5? The same thing that they were going to do at 2, but
I mean, 2 was Travis
they need so much help. The Browns, they need so much help. They could trade back again. I can see them trading back again right now.
Yeah, trade out again. Why the hell not?
Might as well. You got a haul. Like realistically,
take Genty.
They could take Sanders if they really wanted to at this point.
I mean, they need wide receiver. They need D-line.
They
could pick Tet. They could pick.
They need everything. They need everything. They need everything. I guess the one pick you don't want them to take is Genty.
Yeah.
Why? Because you think that sets up the Raiders to then pick O-line over.
Yep.
Maybe.
Well, I mean, I think whatever the
maybe Mason Graham. It's funny. Mason Graham's gonna fall to us, dude, based on the way this is going. If you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Unless the Browns take him, who knows?
I'm just saying, like, they do have a hole in the middle of the defense.
Listen,
they filled it with a.
Listen, it doesn't matter, man. I think you just got to go offense with this first pick. Right now, the options are, depending on how it's Membu, Warren, Banks. Like, you got to go offense with this first pick.
I think they definitely go offense somehow. Either they go wide receiver or they go O-line.
Oh, well, Campbell's mom is a nice looking woman.
John,
Will
come on, have a little bit of class.
Nice person. I said nice looking woman.
Yeah, have a little bit of class. We know what you meant.
Fuck was that? That is what I meant. Nice.
Yeah, enough. All right, stop.
Oh, hi, Holly. Look at the girls in the background. Though. That's what's up, though. That looks like his girl. Yeah.
What?
In the black dress.
Oh, well, I can't see it because you don't have it on the screen.
I know.
He said, I know.
All right, I'll show it. All right, and that looks like definitely offensive lineman's dad, right? 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like no one's ever looked more like an offensive lineman's dad. But anyway,
He looks like an offensive
not
lineman
her,
himself.
Not her, but behind. Yeah, it's all cool though. Yeah, that's his mom. Give him a hug. Yeah, that's his girlfriend, I think, or sisters right there. Anyway, good looking girls. Good looking family.
Will Campbell, 6'5", 319, big
Short
boy.
arms. Short arms.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah, I could actually notice it in this block right there.
But I think. Well, listen, so somebody, who was I listening to? Was it Peter? I forget who I was listening to, but someone was talking about offensive linemen, and they were talking about the Super Bowl this year and how Joe Tooney is a guard who has short arms, who was forced to play left tackle, and that really showed up in the Super Bowl, right? So, like, tackles with short arms, it's a problem.
It is just because it's the edge. You know what I mean? It's the edge.
Was that the problem, or was the bigger problem him playing out of position?
No, it's about the edge because, like, realistically, you're getting that type of bend, you know, so you need the leverage, right?
And it's that, like, arm punch, right? Like, you got to get that punch, and if you can't get it soon enough, he's already in it.
You're cooked.
Yeah, and like we say, football is a game of inches, man. An inch and a half arm length is all the difference.
The Browns made the pick, by the way, so the pick is in.
All right.
Oh wow.
Let's go.
Oh, they decided to just.
They're not trading.
Probably get what they wanted in the end. Yeah, I'm a little shocked they didn't take Travis Hunter, but you know what's crazy? That the draft 1, 2, 3, 4 is kind of like the way the consensus was, even though
that's what I said before. I said it's exactly what we thought.
So in theory, right now this pick should be Mason Graham, right? Because this was the Jags pick, right?
Right. This should be Mason Graham, but it's yeah.
But it doesn't make sense for it because that's not one of their bigger needs right now.
You're right, because I'm looking at their positional needs and actually no, and right here on the Sports Illustrated Cleveland Browns page, D line is number 2.
Mason Graham.
There it is. That's a great pick.
That's great for us.
Great
for us.
That's funny
for the Jets. Thank you.
That's funny
great
though.
For us.
Okay. I don't think it is, man. You sure? Dude, I think a lot of teams are looking at what the Eagles did to the Chiefs and are saying, that's why the Jets might go Walker at 7. Right? Because it's
right. I'm just doing the fashion thing here. We got black sweater.
I mean, that's the perfect look for a defensive tackle. I'm sorry.
Yeah, and he's got like a barbed wire chain around his neck.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect look for a defensive tackle.
He doesn't have enough swag for that. Is he wearing sneakers or is he wearing
yeah, he's wearing sneakers, I think.
I think
those are dress shoes.
No, they look. Are they? I can't see. They look like black sneakers.
Good for Mason Graham. I didn't want him to fall too much.
I think they're not.
I don't think he would.
I think they're dress shoes.
Damn, he played 5 sports in high school. What a beast.
Here we go. They are dress shoes. They're dress shoes.
Yeah. Good for him.
They're just not good ones.
Mason Graham is one of my favorite.
They're probably really nice, dude. They're probably really nice dress
shoes. They're nice. I'm just saying they don't look good.
All right, guys. So here we are.
Regular hug. Okay, regular hug. That was another thing we should have talked about.
The pick is in. The Raiders are not wasting time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, so much for you guys and your marketing time. Excuse from before.
Yeah, I never said
they got that Las Vegas money, dude. I don't think they care.
Dude. I think it's nonsense.
They got that slot machine, house always wins money.
Yeah. All right, so this could be very interesting. So basically,
we love slots.
What?
What?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I know where that's from. Yeah.
Slots.
Okay. There we go. Mason Graham beasting a guy in Iowa that has no offense.
Yeah, I mean, Yeah, I mean, he's a smash pick. You know that you're not going wrong with Mason Graham. It's just like
it's a meat and potatoes pick, right? It's a guy you're gonna plug in there, wreak havoc. Mason. Now, what that does for Myles Garrett? I mean, listen.
Oh God, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Mason Graham and Myles Garrett on the same line is just.
Oh, it wasn't even a sweater. It's like a t-shirt underneath.
Yeah, it looked a little too thin, and then tucked in was just not a fan of that one.
Yeah. Wow, Mason Graham's brother looks just like Mason Graham. Terrible hairstylist. Terrible hairstylist.
Yeah.
Anyway, this pick's about to come in.
All right, this draft's moving along.
He took it to another.
Yeah, it's about to come in. You think it's gonna be Genty at this point? This is what we've been mocking, right?
I think it's gonna be Genty or Membu.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a little scared on this one.
Genty, come on. They got so hurt by by losing Josh to the
listen, it's a
Josh
deep,
Jacobs.
It's a deep running back class, man. You can't, like if they didn't take a running back, they can get an excellent one with their second round pick.
Yeah.
You're not getting Ashton Genty though. And that guy is consensus. Everyone across every analyst. There's no analyst that has him getting it past the Jets, let alone
guys.
the Raiders.
I know the pick. Do you want to hear it?
No.
I'm just joking. I don't know the pick. I'm watching the Knicks.
He's breaking your balls.
Yeah,
Man.
Running back, wide receiver, corner, and O-line are their needs right now.
Yeah.
They could take Tet here if you really think about it. They could.
Yeah, I think they're gonna. I mean, listen, the whole draft has been sticking to the plan. I think they're gonna stick to the plan.
Take Genty.
Take Genty because it just makes too much sense. I think Josh Jacobs was too big of a loss for them.
Here it is.
With the 6th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, Vegas Raiders select Ashton Genty.
Yes! Let's go.
All right. Now we have to hope that the Jets do not fall into this defensive trap. You have your first two guys. Everything has pretty much went chalk to this point. So if the Jets are the first team,
nice suit. Best dressed right now.
Yeah,
Sorry.
He did it right.
He's wearing fucking Crocs. He's wearing Crocs.
Is he really? No, he might have just worn them for a minute. He can't be wearing Crocs now. There's no way.
100%.
Who's in the all green? Was that Membu? No, he's not wearing Crocs, dude.
Oh, he had them on before.
Yeah, he's not wearing Crocs.
Well, good for him. I'm glad he's not.
Yeah, well dressed, best dressed right now is Ashton Genty.
Definitely best dressed than that he took the Crocs off. He had Crocs on with Swarovski crystals on.
Realistically, he was probably doing a lot of walking around, and was probably paid a ton of money for that,
Probably. Because they did, what they actually did, the show I was watching earlier, they did like a...
Let's see the hug. Let's see the hug. Nice hug. Nice hug.
He said he was gonna hug Goodell, actually. He did say he was gonna do that.
Nice hug. Nice hug. Even the Goodell's wearing sneakers.
All right, so Pete Carroll's got his running back.
Jets pick is in, by the way.
All right, let's go. Not wasting any time. I love to hear it.
Yeah, it's probably
the Raiders did the same thing. They ran their pick in, so
yeah.
I'm so nervous right now, though.
So I guess Atlanta didn't trade up for Jalen Walker.
It's got to be Membo. Come on.
We're gonna be so wrong here. It's gonna be something really backwards. It's like a mecca.
I'd be fine with that. I don't care. It'd be like Shamar Stewart or somebody fucking.
Nah, I don't think we have a Joe Douglas anymore who's ranking Malachi Corley.
That's crazy. This is crazy though. Most rushing yards in a season. Barry Sanders still has the record. That's insane.
Jesus.
Barry was so good in college. He was so good in college.
This guy came so
And-
close.
And he played in the same backfield with Thurman Thomas. That's what makes it even.
That's
crazier.
crazy. Yeah.
You know what I
Yeah. That's the best backfield ever.
Yeah, dude, ridiculous.
Imagine having Thurman Thomas to eat into your carries.
Yeah.
Although you could argue though the Miami Hurricanes had the best backfield in 2000, 2001, right? With
I don't know.
Portis, McGahee, Frank Gore, and Davenport.
Yeah, but dude, those they
I
don't
know.
compare to
Thurman and Barry
Sanders,
both have MVPs on their rock. I know.
And are they both Hall of Famers? Right?
Yes.
I mean,
They're both Hall of Famers. You have two Hall of Famers.
and like, imagine being like a defense and be like, thank God Barry Sanders is out of the game. Oh,
I know, but
damn.
But Portis and McGahee were so nasty in college, though.
Oh my God, Willis McGahee was so fast. Oh my God!
And everyone's heart sunk in that Ohio State game when he got hurt.
I get the
he doesn't get hurt, they win that game, no question.
That was a horrific injury.
And they actually should have won that game. That flag was BS.
Let me ask you
I
this.
liked Portis a lot too.
Before Bo Jackson got hurt, like Bo Jackson and Marcus Allen in the same backfield, like that's
you mean the Raiders?
above
Yes,
the NFL. Yeah.
But Allen was kind of done by then, though. That was the thing.
Yeah,
you know?
still, they were like, but yeah, I still
done.
think Barry and Thurman is the best backfield in history.
Yeah,
Herschel Walker and Bo Jackson weren't on the same. No, Herschel Walker is Georgia. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Herschel Walker went to Georgia. Yeah.
Yeah, and obviously, like if you look at some of the Alabama backfields they had during the 2010s, like it's kind of nasty. Like
No,
I think
there's some very good ones. It was like Mark Ingram, then like Derrick Henry and Najee Harris, and it just went.
Yeah, even Kamara was there for a minute. You know,
yeah, Kamara was there. Yeah, and they also had Jahmyr Gibbs transferred there from Georgia Tech, like crazy. Yeah. All right, come on, let's get this pick in.
I know they're just taking their sweet ass time.
Of course, they go to commercial during the Jets pick.
Right when I was just thinking that, bro. Come on,
get that New York market.
Showing the Celtics, of course. Right here
because I'm like, why is it taking so long?
How are the Knicks doing right now? Anyway,
they were up 13 at half. They're up 1 right now with 6:34 left. 6:30 left in the third.
You can't lose that game.
All right. Towns just scored and won.
Nice. Yeah. It's too bad Tatum didn't get hurt. Because like they would have had a shot to go through Cleveland too.
Well, I mean, I think he missed a game. I don't think he's out for this series, right? I mean,
I know. What was it, a finger or something like that?
His wrist. I mean, they're gonna roll Orlando with or without him. I just sit him for the whole season.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Orlando. You know, that was like one of the best bets I made last year. The one I didn't take, and I should have I thought about it, was Orlando to win the South or whatever division that's called. But I had them like on the over for everything and making the playoffs last year. It was such a good pick.
Oh yeah, they did. I think they
came out of nowhere. They came out of nowhere last year, but I was like,
their over for wins.
Yeah, they did. Yeah. It was like I got it at like 39.5, and like I was like, yeah,
something? Yeah.
They smashed it and they made the playoffs, obviously, because that was plus vig, and then the pick is coming up. We're about to go back to the draft, and I'll just do the whole thing here. Of course,
let's do the whole thing.
Back here in Green Bay, night 1 of the NFL draft. 32 players will hear their names called. We have.
I'm surprised they didn't just do it in the stadium.
Selected.
You know,
Ashton Genty of Boise State.
We were right there, John.
Most recent pick, and now the New York Jets.
Oh my God, I'm so nervous.
That room has been the subject.
We still have some bald guys in there.
Disdain over the last several years.
Right tackle, wide receiver,
there's Moogie.
Edge. The fourth lead is what they're going to go with.
Former Bear,
like
former
Steeler
from Ohio State star, now coming in to see if he can prove it at the quarterback position. And the Jets have a ton of needs as the season sort of got away from them a year ago. How would you look at the Jets right now?
Wide receiver, tight end. I mean, like you said, you need a lot. You got a new regime with a new GM. You got Aaron Glenn taking over as a new head coach. Steve Wilkes, defensive coordinator. So there's a lot of when you need everything.
We're still on YouTube, right, Monty?
Where do you tend to go?
Yeah,
take the best player available.
Best player.
Guys, I'm so nervous.
Golden would be a nice one.
Yeah. Well, the Jets have.
Oh my God!
Who they think the best player for them is at the moment as we go to the podium.
They're gonna fuck this up.
Please don't be. Please be an offensive player.
With the 7th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Armand.
Let's woo!
And now get the big fella.
That's right. Yeah! He was invited to come here to Green Bay
Welcome to New York.
To stay back and celebrate with his family and friends. Communicated with his college coach, Eli Drakewitz, today. Nothing but glowing things there is Drake celebrating tonight as Armand Bimbo is taken 7th overall and is going to the New York Jets. He only allowed 1 sack and 391 pass blocks last year. He really showed out at the combine for sure.
Nice haircut.
His entry into the NFL, part of his parents' lifelong plan that started when they moved to America.
Yeah, I'll watch this again.
Our parents' names are Eddie Malong and Sufo Membu, both from Cameroon. They came here back in 2001 for opportunities here in America. Knowing how much my parents have sacrificed for me, I just want to keep continuing to honor my family name and just put on for all my people back home too.
Let's go.
Best. You know, I played a lot of different sports: soccer, basketball, tennis, wrestling. Soccer was a big one for me because soccer was really big back home.
That's because big
I
guys
wasn't
playing
the best
soccer.
athlete, was smaller. It wasn't until I found football that's when it started to turn up for me.
You got big.
It's still crazy looking back. Getting my first offer. The person I was 5-6 years ago is completely different than the person I am now.
That person that he is now is the guy up front.
Take it off this.
Oh, he got the Billy Rock already.
Even offense.
Yeah,
That's the other guy.
Well, some highlights.
So at least I got something right tonight. But this guy's a great run blocker. You see him with great power there, pancaking the guy. I mean, the guy can pull. He's athletic in space. Watch this on the slip. Great pass blocker. So, you know, I just think this guy athletically is the best offensive lineman in this draft.
And it says a lot. I mean, and athletic ability when you're going up. One thing I've learned in these last 3 years doing NFL games on Thursday night is there's such a discrepancy between offensive line play and the defensive line and how athletic and how big they get. So to hear you say this guy's by far the best athlete up front, that'll pay huge dividends for him when he tries to make this transition from the college game up to the NFL to deal with those edges.
We're happy.
We're happy. Listen,
I'm more relieved than happy, to be totally honest. I'm just
listen. Yes, relief, but I'm very, very happy, and I think like this really
showing this
shows.
stat real quick. Look at this stats.
Yeah, dude, listen, he's a beast, man, and I think that when you look at like how things played out, if Membu had went 6 to the Raiders, then I think all bets were off, right? But with Membu still being there, and think about it, you're looking at Aaron Glenn and Tanner Engstrand. They were there when the Lions took Penei Sewell over Jamar Chase.
Yeah,
right. Like they were there.
And that was a huge. That was a great decision.
Yeah, exactly.
That paid dividends for the Lions.
Sewell or Chase? I thought it was the other way around.
No, Sewell went before Chase. Sewell was 3. I think Chase was 4.
I think you're wrong, but okay.
No, but that was their choice. It was. Let's see.
I think you're wrong, actually. I think that was the whole thing because
Penei Sewell went 7th.
Bitch, I was right. Bitch.
He
Bitch.
went 7th.
Bitch.
Wait, did he? Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Bitch.
Fair enough. Wait, who was that
Bitch.
choice though then? Because I remember
Bitch.
there was a choice. John, shut the fuck up, man. Enough. Like there was a choice that they had to make though.
Yeah, the Bengals, the choice was did they have to go O-line or wide receiver? And because Burrow got destroyed the year before because he tore his ACL.
Oh, no, you're right. My bad. It was the Bengals' choice. My fault. I knew there was a choice there. It was the Bengals went Sewell or Chase. But Man,
John was right.
He said
John was right. John was right. John was right.
He told them they won't regret it, and they didn't regret it.
Yeah, no. I mean, listen.
I mean, you couldn't have gone wrong with both picks, honestly. Like, both are top of their position.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, it couldn't have gone wrong for sure.
Yeah.
Man,
only difference is Jamar Chase costs $4 million a year and Penny.
Right. But John, you know what, man? Like, the more that like this pick has sunk in, I am starting to get that like that relief of thank God they didn't fuck this up.
Yeah.
Well, there's always a possibility they trade back in.
There's always a possibility. Yeah, man. So it's I'm happy. We got to win in the trenches to win in football.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. Because you look at the Eagles, they won on the offensive and defensive lines all season, right? It's why they said Saquon Barkley is the icing on the cake, right? It's because they had everything in order. Dude, if you look at this, Membu, AVT, Tippmann, and
Panthers pick is in.
This regime's got a huge leg up on what Joe Douglas walked into.
No,
100%.
Joe Douglas walked into shit, and he was never able to build the line. They've already got most of the line built out, and
the line finally got finished last year.
And it took him too long, which sucks, right?
Yeah.
But
also the quarterback issue is a problem.
If he didn't miss on Becton,
still a problem. Always a problem.
Yeah, it was Becton and Zach that really put he could never recover from that. It was just like we said earlier. If you miss your QB pick in the draft, it's way worse than.
Oh, thank you.
Jalen Walker.
In the 2020,
yeah, for sure. Walker
or receiver.
Carolina Panthers select Tedoroa McMillan.
Wow.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Dude, listen. I get it, man. You got to get help for Bryce Young, man. Not a bad pick.
True.
He does. I like this look always. That watch is freaking huge. Look at that watch again. Look at that watch.
What do you think? What do you think of overstated watches?
The watch could pay a mortgage.
Like with the big
watch
face.
Could pay a mortgage. That watch could pay a mortgage.
I think when you're a big dude, I think a bigger watch fits you. But other than that, I'm all about the more understated watch. I mean, for me, the classic, Rolex is just kind of one of the best ways that a watch can be framed.
You've seen my watch, right? Like I mean, I have a tag, but it's like a good size tag and it's got good weight to it. I always think the weight's really important with the watch. The weight, like it needs.
I mean, it depends.
It depends on I have skinny wrists, so I have to watch the watch face because if it's too big, it looks like I have a goddamn medallion on my wrist.
I also have pretty skinny wrists, so I don't.
So I have to be understated with my.
I have a Rolex Milgauss. That's my that's like my statement piece.
Yeah. I just wear the tag every day. I love it.
Yeah, that's a great
It's a great watch,
and that's a watch that's got a good so it's not cheap. It's pretty pricey, and you still can wear it every single day. It's like
more used than what I paid for right now.
Yeah, a lot of them are.
I got a deal.
Did you buy
my watch too? I bought mine. I bought mine used.
I bought mine
worth more than I bought it.
Yeah, I bought mine on Authentic Watches through them. So I got it was like a third of the price because the new version was coming out.
Oh, right, yeah.
And the new version, it's super huge. And it magnifies. And I was just really magnifies it. I'm like, that's it doesn't look as good. And that one is depreciated a lot more than mine has. So
I'm a big fan of mechanical watches. I have a couple
where
of
you
those.
see all the interiors
the interior.
Mm-hmm. Those are cool. I like Omega. I like Omega too. Omegas are nice. Panerai. Yeah. Pretty big watch
Saints
guy.
pick is in, by the way.
Let's go.
Do you think this is a Sanders pick? Like that would be.
I think it's Michael Williams.
Well, I mean, there is that stat where they haven't taken a quarterback in the first round.
And
Mickey
Loomis is still and Mickey Loomis is still the GM.
Are they gonna break that for Shedeur Sanders? I don't know.
What's amazing about the Saints is like that they're always in the biggest cap hell. Like that's the only reason why that guy's still there. That guy is still there because like they're just in so much cap trouble, and
nobody else will take the job.
No one else will take the job. Like every year they start off minus 70 in cap,
right?
And then they just got to restructure David Carr or Derek Carr every year.
Yeah, Cameron Jordan is like making like $30 million a year. I think Michael Thomas is still on payroll. I believe Alvin Kamara actually has the highest cap hit amongst all running backs next year.
Yeah.
Hey, listen.
I think he does. He does.
He's still great though.
Connor
He's
Hughes,
not that though anymore.
The Jets have the potential to be the top offensive line in the NFL. I love it.
Yeah,
they do have the potential to be the top.
I highly doubt it, but I think they'll be.
No, they do. Listen, they do.
They do. Absolutely, they do.
3 first-rounders on the O-line, and I don't know what Simpson was. I think he was a 4th rounder, realistically.
But that's fine.
And a high second from Tittman. You know, like that's a top. That's a lot invested in that O-line.
A lot of investment in that offensive line.
I think the Jets have proven that doesn't matter.
Correct.
Listen,
you got to have the right coaching.
And we will do the Jets cursed episode very soon.
Yeah, you have to do you have to have the right coaching. You have to have the right. Offensive line coach, the right head coach, the right offensive coordinator.
But also a lot. Jesus Christ! But also a lot of talent helps. A lot of talent helps.
I know you just saw something with the Knicks. What happened?
No, they're up 8. There was almost a bad pass, and thankfully the Pistons knocked it out of bounds.
All right, very good.
Yeah. But,
I'm so happy with that pick, man. I'm so happy with it. Now
I'm just very interested now in the second pick now.
Yeah.
It's the pick that we all wanted, given that like in our mock drafts, like obviously Monty took Jackson Dart 2nd round, which never gonna happen, right? But like had he not, he would have had the highest grade because like all the other positions that of need would have fell in very perfectly there,
All right. Do you guys think that there's a chance that Jackson Dart goes above Shedeur?
That's a chance. I've read that a lot from a bunch of different people.
It could. Wait, here we go.
5 NFL draft. The New Orleans Saints select Kelvin Banks Jr.
Wow.
Well, you know what? Like it's funny,
yeah, they're
right?
missing their tackle is going to be a free agent.
Trevor Penning. They didn't pick up the 5th-year option on him.
Yeah, and they didn't know they should have. Yeah, that makes some sense, but it also makes sense that they never draft quarterback. So,
well, you know what's crazy though is like. This is what everybody said, that the tackles are going to fly off the board because in the 2nd round, these tackles are going to go and go and go, and I hope they do before Miami picks.
Yeah, fuck Miami.
Miami's going to take cornerback. It's just that I feel like that was the most penciled in for the later picks.
Yeah, and they have so many needs and stuff, and they're too late. They can't trade back.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, everything. Braylon Allen.
And the Bears pick is in, by the way.
Right after the pick, Braylon Allen just tweeted yes. This is awesome.
Yeah.
And,
I wonder what Breece Hall gonna tweet.
Hold on, and Tony,
he should be like yes too.
Listen,
he was crossing his fingers to get traded.
Antonio Brown just tweeted 44 minutes ago, Travis Hunter, first player to play both ways since Shannon Sharp.
Dude, that's the best. CTE ESPN is the best account.
It's amazing, dude. He's unbelievable.
He is insane. Yeah, he's like the Kanye West of football.
Oh, dude, 100%. That's exactly it, Monty. That's a home run. That's
He's the Kanye West of football.
That's such a good call. Absolutely.
Outside of the anti-Semitic. Oh wait, actually, did Brown have that too?
Probably. I mean, he's insane.
A little bit.
He's insane. I'm sure he said some crazy shit.
Oh, what a
someone needs to get the two of them on a podcast.
Also,
let it rock.
So what? All right, here comes a pick.
Yeah.
Wait, he divorced Bianca, right? Recently, Kanye, whatever.
He did,
No,
she
she left
divorced
him.
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that was weird. I mean, she was just being paraded around wearing nothing like every time she was out, and
she was.
God, she has a body though.
She's beautiful.
He abused the shit out of her, having her walk around naked like that.
Naked all the time. Like, what the hell, bro?
What the hell's wrong?
And then I remember, I think paparazzi caught him getting a beach on a boat. From her. And I was
and his titanium teeth.
Yeah.
Hey, listen.
She's probably into that submissive. She must have been into that submissive shit for a while.
Guys, listen. Let's get back to the draft. Listen to this Armand Membu stat from Samini. Armand Membu ran a 4-point.
Wait, there's something with a schedule release coming up.
Ending lineup of international games as well as Christmas, Thanksgiving
Day.
There's so many captivating matchups.
I don't know what this is.
Yes, because nothing says holiday cheer like watching your team destroy another.
You already know all this.
Without further ado, everybody, get it together. Mark your calendars. Set your alarms. The schedule will be dropped on May 14th.
All right. May 14th.
So we know now.
So we know when we need to plan our jet game. So Armand Membu ran a 4.9140 at the combine. Only the fifth 330-pound player since 2003 to break 5.0 at the combine. Dude, he can move. He's gonna be the guy, man. This is amazing.
Yeah. Didn't Becton run like a 5.1 at like 360?
Yeah, he was fast too.
He was fast until the knees.
For a big guy.
Until Greg Van Roten screwed that up, man.
Yeah, I mean, you know what's funny? It's like how you run that 40 can make or break your time so much.
Dude, it changes your whole life. 0.2 of a second changes your whole life.
Yeah. What about John Ross? Remember how high he went? He never gone that high.
He was like a 4.3.
Yeah, John Ross. Who else? Darius Hayward Bay. Remember him from Maryland?
Yeah.
Well,
this might be entertaining to go to because it's the Bears pick and they're in Lambeau. There's a lot of boos.
For the Bears.
I thought they hit it over.
Warren. Yeah, Warren.
Yesterday, the NFL family lost a true legend.
Oh, this is fair.
Bears Hall of Famer Steve McMichael. My heart is with the McMichael family during this incredibly difficult time. Misty, please know that you are in our thoughts and prayers. Mark's remarkable contributions to the game and the community will never be forgotten. His legacy will continue to inspire
$40 million salary, dude.
Generations to come.
Yeah.
He's
always
always
years ago, with the fourth in the 1975 NFL draft, the Chicago Bears selected one of Steve McMichael's teammates and closest friends, Walter Payton, running back, Jackson State.
Was he really Jackson State?
Walter would go on to rush for nearly 17,000 yards and 110 touchdowns over 13 seasons, all with the Chicago Bears. As you heard, the NFL continues to honor Sweetness, not only for his performance and excellence on the field, but also his commitment to give back to his community with the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year Award.
Best 1-2 punch of running backs
So
all
with
time,
the 10th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, Chicago Bears select Colston Loveland.
Above Tyler Warren?
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
So first of all, I read a lot of things, listened to a lot of things. A lot of people had Loveland neck and neck or over Warren. But what's funny is
as a receiver,
before we heard the pick, my buddies in Chicago texted me and they were like, "What a stupid pick!"
Oh, that's so funny.
What a home! Look at this. Look how much. Look at these freaking antlers.
That looks like a Colston Loveland home.
Yes, I mean it just looks like I breed tight ends home and offensive linemen. Like this guy was the mutt of the group, so we had to make him a tight end. You know. Oh my God, I can't believe this is the most surprising pick, right? By far.
Yeah, this is definitely the most surprising pick so far. Yeah.
I don't think it is because
it is. Look at all the other ones have gone exactly how we thought they were. So it is the most surprising. That's just not a high bar. It's not a high bar at this
point. Saints and Panthers not so much. You know, we were kind of. I mean, I guess. We knew we had an idea it was going to be that.
You know.
We did think that if the Bears were going to take tight end, it was going to be Tyler Warren, right?
Now Warren falls to the Colts? They must be jumping up and down.
Or the Cowboys. Cowboys have been in the hunt for that too.
Right? They need a pass catcher.
And now Tet is gone. If they think Warren is better than Golden,
right? the back half of this draft just got interesting.
Yeah,
there's a lot of good value left out there.
Oh, absolutely.
Like these guys are really everyone else that's left outside of Warren. I mean, you could argue Warren G because of the position. I mean, there's so many edge guys right now that are still out there. There's so many edge guys, you know.
That's probably what the Dolphins will end up with
there's some solid wide receivers, really the Missouri kid Luther is, and who's the kid from Texas? Golden.
Yeah,
he's nasty too. You know, there's so many studs still left. They're all middle value guys. You know.
I hope we get. I hope Mason Taylor hangs around.
Yeah, Niners could take wide receiver here. Actually, if you really think about it, because they lost Debo, right?
Yeah,
they
did.
And they were thinking offensive line. The idea was to kind of fill the offensive line. Still have Trent, obviously. Well, but Kelvin Banks was mocked to them a lot, and he's gone.
So was Jahdae Barron. Also, Will Johnson would be the perfect corner. He's more of a zone corner, and Saleh runs that 3 deep zone. This might be the perfect place for Will Johnson.
That's great analysis there, Adnan. That is great analysis.
Hey, thanks, man. Listen, I do what I can.
You get that here sometimes.
Yeah, right up there with the Giants got better with Abdul Carter analysis.
Yeah, although we do give you the best coverage of the Ice Spice Sauce saga. Apparently, you guys really like that. We
do.
Yeah. I mean, I thought it was a stupid episode, but I was right. That was one of our more popular videos.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, out of nowhere.
I'll be back.
Are the Jets cursed though? That's gonna be a good episode. If we do.
That is gonna be a good one.
Niners pick is in there, not trading that pick, and there's no way they take Tyler Warren. Although if they did, that'd be sick. Actually, that would be really smart. That'd be really smart.
It's wild. It would. It's wild how the Niners, by the way, just are now instantly in rebuild. They went from possible contender to rebuild.
See, I don't think they are that much though. I mean, just think about them logistically, right? Corner, they lost Ward, right? They did lose Ward, but they have Ayuk and Kittle, so you assume they have that. They have quarterback.
They lost Check.
Yeah, yes, they did, but they have edge.
And they lost.
No, they have use Check still. I think they re-signed him after they cut him and they re-signed him to bring him down. I think that's what happened. I think I could be wrong. You might have to check that, but they have edge for sure, right? They have edge. Nick Bosa is one of the best in the league, and they have Fred Warner. They're not. They're kind of where the Jets are, but they've had success. You know what I mean? Recently,
right?
But they did.
They just wait. Hang on. They re-signed him. Yeah, this just happened a week ago or two.
Bitch.
Bitch. I didn't say it didn't.
You said he was caught.
I did say he was cut. I said he was not on the team, and you said he was.
I'm a CFO. I got a truck. I got a band, and I'm still keeping up with all this shit better than you and Adnan. Base,
dude. I have a lot going on too, bro.
Well, I don't know. I know Adnan's the only one. That's why he was so excited for this little bitch.
Oh my god, he's probably right there listening to you just with the.
I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit. He has his headphones. He probably went to go take a shit or some shit like that.
Well, thanks for sharing that with us and the people at home. They definitely wanted to know that.
Adnan, how was that turd that you just dropped?
No, I've been drinking, man. I had to piss. That's all.
Okay.
Had to drain.
Yeah, drain them.
So we were saying how the 49ers went from like contender level to rebuild mode,
but it's a
kind
different
kind of like that.
Kind of like us. It's kind of like us, but they have quarterback, and they've had success. You know,
a lot easier to rebuild faster when you have a guy at quarterback that you fucking pulled out of your ass in the last pick.
But you're only paying him. What he was unbelievable. 2022 draft, is that right?
Yeah, 2022, Mr. Irrelevant.
Yeah, okay, so yeah. All right, so they have one more year of really cheap Brock Purdy.
Alan Roach. Please direct your attention to the main stage video screens for a special message from United States service members stationed at Yokota Air Base in Japan.
Nice.
Hello from United States Forces Japan. I'm Sergeant Mitchell Johnson. I'm here with service members from the United States Army, Marine Corps, and Navy. We are proud to announce that this year we are celebrating our 250th anniversary. We are grateful for the opportunity to partner with the NFL Salute to Service and the USO in introducing the San Francisco 49ers 2025 draft pick.
Wow.
With the San Francisco 49ers draft pick, back to you in Green Bay.
Nice. They don't even get to announce the pick.
I know.
Well, I mean that.
USA. Best chant in all
USA. USA. USA.
It really is.
USA.
Men and women who
What if they traded? They couldn't.
Your sacrifice.
Yeah, right.
And our country's freedom.
They may just take the best D player available. Corner we said, right? Corner, Will Johnson.
With the 11th pick in the 2025 NFL, San Francisco 49ers select Michael Williams.
That's a great pick. That's a great pick. That's a great pick, man.
That's great. That's a solid
Michael
pick.
Williams.
That's a solid pick.
Back to their basics as a defensive powerhouse.
That's it, man. Get back to it. Get your pass rusher. The guy's a fucking beast.
Even he's dressed up better than I think everyone outside of Gen T.
Jalen Walker hasn't went yet, right? Is he gonna?
Yeah, Atlanta. It's gonna fall to Atlanta.
He's gonna go right to Atlanta because I don't think he's going. Well, maybe the Dolphins would take him. Well, they took Chop Robinson last year.
Favorite
I don't know.
Player to watch is Myles Garrett. Yeah, well, good.
He was only the second team All SEC. Jesus, that's kind of I know he's a physical freak, but
boom, look at that.
He was also banged up a lot. Look, he can play inside, he can play outside, like he can do it all, man.
So Salah loves that.
Drove
that's a solid. That's a solid pick. You know,
that is a big. That's definitely a solid.
Salah's like I'm the highest paid coordinator in the league. I'm making the pick.
Dude, this is a smart pick.
Have the Niners drafted well in the first round lately?
I mean, who was their first round pick last year?
It wasn't Ricky Purcell, was it? No, it couldn't have been.
Rounder, I believe.
Purcell was the second rounder.
Yeah, I don't think it's anyone of significance, though. You know, but also because they're drafting the back at the end of the draft every year.
Last year they were drafting in the back because they fit. Wait, did they trade the pick? Now I'm curious.
No, Purcell was their number one pick last year.
Oh, they took him at the end of the first round.
He was at the end of the first. Yeah, he was
31, right?
They had the 31st pick.
Yeah, okay.
And he got shot, and he played 3 weeks later. Legend.
Yeah, talk about a beast, man.
Yeah. Even Brian Robinson, the same thing. I mean, he got really shot.
Did you see like Ricky Pearsall was like the kid that shot him was a teenager. He's like, I want to meet this kid and talk to him.
Ricky,
look how evil this room looks.
Oh yeah, dude! Right?
Seriously,
dude,
it does. That is really funny.
It looks like the Death Star room.
Yeah,
or it looks like Dr. Evil's office.
Yeah.
They couldn't brighten it up anymore.
That's the place where you plan the end of the world.
Yeah. Seriously, it looks like the Situation Room in underneath the White House.
They are.
With the 12th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Tyler Booker, guard.
Oh! I thought that was going to be Tyler Warren.
I did too.
The offensive lineman from Alabama. Grew up in New Haven, Connecticut, played for Nick.
That felt a little reachy, right? That felt a little reachy, right?
That must be such a good feeling, man. Imagine the feeling like, but you already know that you're gonna go, but like still, like it must be a good feeling to be, because it's still a little bit up in the air. You could always be that dude that falls, you know.
Geno Smith, yeah.
But dude, you know what's crazy?
Check the fit real quick. Let's check the fit real quick. Yeah, I kind of like that actually.
Yeah, I mean it's a two-tone, double-breasted coat, nice shoes. I like it.
I mean, he was projected to be drafted later, so he just like inked in like another $2 million a year.
But
he just got another $8 million the next 4 years. Yeah,
it's funny though when you look at the Cowboys, like you expect them to be so haphazard, but look at how many offensive linemen they drafted. You know, like they drafted guards and tackles, right? It's like they try to do the right thing, it just blows up in their face.
It's kind of crazy that 4 of the first
sounds familiar.
Four of the first picks were offensive line.
That makes perfect sense to me. You got to win in the trenches, and if you're trying to, these are all rebuild mode teams that typically that pick at the top. They should be picking more.
They were bad in the interior, and didn't Zach Martin retire? Is that right?
Retired, yeah. Zach Martin retired.
So this makes sense.
So
okay, that makes sense.
Here's a funny thing. So just this tweet came out. I think this is a really good first pick for AG and Moogie. Former Jets GM Joe Douglas on Fox Sports.
Wow.
Imagine have to analyze the pick of the team that just fired you mid-season.
I mean, hey, it's all
he's on Fox Sports now?
Well, he's like for draft calls.
He's doing a segment for it.
It's not a bad gig for him. I mean, he had a little personality. He didn't really show it.
No, dude, I listened to him. He was on, so he played football in college.
Yeah,
Richmond.
He played with Todd McShay. They had him on the podcast the other day. And that's where I found out that he was in the replacements, which I had no idea about.
Yeah, that's a nice dress set. Oh, wow.
Like
so look at father and the brother. It looks like a brother, I'm guessing, that wearing the same thing.
That's not. Is that a brother or is that? I don't know.
It has to be, right?
I mean, you think, but maybe not.
Strange world we live in.
Yeah, exactly.
That necklace and those earrings must be freaking worth a lot.
Wow.
Nice dress, though.
Yeah.
It's a nice dress. We could have done a whole fashion week on this. We should have just done fashion week.
Done just NFL fashion. Look at that. Family group hug.
That's what I'm saying, man. I love like this. Shit. And I don't know what that says, but like it kind of looks like the Metallica logo a little bit in there, but it's not obviously Metallica, but it looks kind of dope.
Yeah, now he's a Metallica fan. I hate to say it.
Dude, Metallica's awesome. I'm gonna go see him at the end of March. I'm really excited.
I'm gonna be
May. I mixed up the months.
Yeah, I'm gonna be assumptively reverse racist and go with him not being a Metallica fan.
I'm going my pickup truck.
I actually am a Metallica fan. I like Metallica.
I love Metallica.
Great band, legendary band, man.
So actually, my principal investor for our company, he's like good friends with Lars Ulrich now. Apparently,
one of my favorite Metallica albums was the collab they did with the San Francisco Philharmonic Orchestra.
They did too, by the way. They did too.
So
the first
good,
one
man.
is the best one.
Yeah, the first one is amazing.
Absolutely.
I know.
Too.
Yeah, they just did another one recently. It was a little disappointing in my opinion because like they did a lot of the same songs from the first one again.
Yeah, and they just
it sounds a little different because like there's a different conductor. So like it does sound a little different, and like a lot of those songs made sense the first time because the way the orchestra has to blend with the band. But like I was a little disappointed with the second one because like there's like other stuff they missed out on, like Fade to Black, Welcome Home Sanitarium, and then they could have done like something else from the Justice album. Like
I was surprised they didn't do Fade to Black. That's like
so it's funny. Yeah. There's a lot of guys on YouTube that were like, before S&M 2 came out, they were like, oh, what if Metallica did this? And they would like do a whole composition over like a live version of Metallica doing it. And like some of them are just so dope. Like it's crazy how talented some people are on the internet.
It's amazing. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And meanwhile, like, OnlyFans, people like that, you know what I mean?
That's a little bit of a talent.
Making some more money on that. I saw a guy painting something with, I think it was just dirt and his fingers, and like best painting I've ever seen. Like would only get like 100 likes, and like like
that's crazy.
Stupidest thing on TikTok because she's hot, whatever. Just like
right.
Oh, beautiful, like that's not AI.
Yeah, I know a woman like that. She does finger painting, and now she's like at the doing it live at like shows. She's been at like the Mar-a-Lago doing it at like charity events. Like
anyway, Dolphins pick is in, by the way, so we'll see.
Let's see.
It should be cornerback, right? Because the only one that's gone off the board is Travis Hunter, who debatably will be wide receiver, but probably both.
I think he's in a category by himself. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
right.
Also Heisman, so.
Man, Tyler Warren is still. That's crazy that he's gonna.
Yeah, Indy is just right there, and obviously the Dolphins aren't going to do it with Jonnu Smith there.
And they have just bigger needs.
They have so many needs too. It's so great. It's so great that they have all these needs.
Hell yeah!
Like. Atlanta is crossing their fingers that it's not Jalen Walker here.
They have Bradley Chubb, and they don't have Wilkins anymore in the middle.
Well, they do have Chop Robinson also, right?
Right. They did spend a first on Chop last year, and he was all right. So like they're not going to reinvest in that. You know what I mean? So yeah, it's got to be corner because they lost Ramsey, right?
Yeah. What if they took Sanders?
Well, they imagine that him, Zach, and Tua as that quarterback room.
Oh my God!
Yeah, they're not taking wide receiver either. I don't need that. Look at Field Yates is like he just he doesn't have like a child haircut anymore like he used to back in the day.
Yeah, he's letting it grow out. Yeah,
like I mean he's a dad now, right? And he's got some facial hair now going. He's trying. But he was always Mr. Clean Cut. Looked like he would tell on you for like.
Didn't he recently have like a bad injury too? Didn't he like tear his ACL or something like that?
His shoulder.
Oh, okay.
That's a nice suit combo, tie combo, by the way.
I agree with that.
Yeah, he just looks like he like his cologne is Nantucket,
Yeah, he shops exclusively at Vineyard Vines.
Nantucket. Yeah. God, I hate that fan base. Oh,
the Dolphins.
The Miami Dolphins select Kenneth Grant.
Wow!
Michigan.
Now that's a shock to me.
Yeah, that's
they need help. They need help, And we actually, it's funny when we traded back, right, to 15, we took Kenneth Grant at 15, right? Yeah.
Yeah, but hey, man, listen, that pick for me as a Jet fan.
Yeah, but look how big he is.
Dude, he's a beast and he's a really good player. But when I look at the Miami Dolphins, I'm not worried about them drafting a defensive tackle.
Top 10 shot put thrower in history. Wow. Okay.
I mean, in the high school history, not in
still. You know what's interesting actually about this pick? Now you really think about it, right? If you look at the Bills, you look at the Jets, and you look at the Patriots, they're all run first in theory, right? So like,
yeah.
And this guy, look at him. What is he doing? He's stuffing the run. I went out of it. I'm sorry, guys. But stuffing the run. This is going to be a run stuff for sure at this point.
It's kind of weird for teams to run first.
The Colts pick is in after like 10 seconds.
Oh,
and I bet Atlanta's pick
run stuff again. Run stuff.
Oh, well, because the Colts
he chased
are
down this
over
guy.
themselves to pick Tyler Warren.
Oh, he's got some wheels for a big fat dude.
All right. They must have themselves when Tyler, what's his name, went before when they heard that Tyler.
Oh my God, yeah.
Because they are for sure picking Tyler Warren right now.
Yeah, he was a run stuffer. Kenneth Grant. Yeah, I understand it, especially I'm trying to think. Which division did we play this year in full in the AFC? Is it the North?
I don't know, man. I
think it's the North. Yeah, it has to be because it was the South last year, right?
Yeah, it's probably
it's the North. So North is
because the West was 2023.
Yeah, it's a lot of run teams, except for the Bengals. Like pretty much, I'm talking about 10 of their games. Only one team is pass first.
And Browns have Chubb back, so they're going to be.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's why I was thinking Genty for a second could be a very well possibility because although Chubb did come back, and they also have what's his face in the backfield that filled in nice.
Yeah.
For some reason, I thought Duke.
Colts picking. Colts having their pick in this fast tells me it's for sure Tyler Warren.
Even Grant going to Miami. Colts have made their
Tyler Warren, right?
It's got to be. It's got to be.
In the 2025 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Tyler Warren, tight end.
Good for them.
There it is. Good for him, man. I wish we would have got him, but
before the draft on College Game Day this afternoon, we
watched the tape on him since we did so much analysis of him.
Versatility.
Well, dude, I think the Falcons pick should be in quick with Jalen Walker, right?
Yeah. Real quick, we're still on YouTube, right? We didn't get banned yet.
I haven't checked in a while.
Yeah, probably not. Who knows?
Who even knows?
Let me see. I'm checking right now.
Yeah. Okay. Let's just watch this. Oh, he stayed at home.
Yep.
Hoodie and jeans and some nice
we're still on.
Cool. All right. So I'm doing a good job going back and forth then. Yeah. But you know what the problem with them utilizing him? Because first off, their quarterback situation, like they're crazy as it sounds, they might draft a quarterback next year. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's great. It's crazy, but it's not.
The Colts, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. If Richardson doesn't work out and Daniel Jones is on a 1-year deal, yeah.
Yeah, but they do have now one of everything. They have Jonathan Taylor, they have
Michael Pittman, yeah,
and they have this.
They also have Josh Downs, who was really good before he got.
He was really good too. Yeah. They just the quarterback. Although you know what, you can't hate them. They had quarterback solved for so long with Luck and Manning. You know, like yeah.
Right.
It's about that time they feel like we did or do.
Seriously, for fucking once, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, the Falcons are taking their sweet time though. They're taking their sweet time.
A lot of options, you know. This is a stacked back half of this draft.
This draft has been very interesting.
Oh, look at this picture. I guess this is where he's from, and they're all Commander fans now because of Jaden Daniels. That's interesting. But like, you know, it's weird because that area, like I was talking to a bunch of people there, like, yeah, a lot of people went to the Ravens like after the what was the nickname for the Hogs? Yeah, when the Hogs went away, like everyone moved over there to the Ravens fan base. From like new generation, you know. Jeez, Tyler Warren dunking a basketball there was kind of nuts. I know I didn't have that on the thing, but wow.
Dude, it's fine. Well, Warren is a beast, man. Listen, we knew he was a beast, but I think, at the
Warren
end
hitting
of the
a
day,
home run.
Membu was the right pick,
Yes, it was the right pick. I mean, also just the thing that's really interesting is the fact that he's not even the first tight end off the board.
I know, which is crazy to me, but I
Right.
get it also. But I also get it.
Well, there was something interesting. I think it was Blewett who did it. Like somebody was doing a comparison of like Warren by age with Colston stats by age, essentially, because like Warren's like much older, right? And like Colston, Loveland had like better stats at age than Tyler Warren did.
Yeah. And Loveland was hurt this whole season. Tyler Warren's only started for 1 year. Not say that would make me not want him, but I get it. I get it.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's just very interesting.
Man, Kenneth Grant to the Dolphins. That's.
I'll tell you, I haven't looked at their whole schedule. Right?
Yeah, losing Campbell messed them up, man.
And I guess we play the NFC South this year, right? So, right, we play the NFC South. Is that right?
No, they played the NFC South in 2023.
Okay, so what division do we don't play the North this year? No. Do we? No, wait. What division are we playing full this year? I think it is the South, right? Because we have the Saints on the docket this year, right? Yeah, it is the South. So let's see. Tampa's passed first. Saints are a mess.
Yeah, Falcons
are run
mess.
first. Run first,
but kind of a mess.
Panthers are a mess. Yeah, so it's a lot of run teams, It's a lot.
And the Panthers are in New York, right?
Yeah, and the Dolphins will play the Chargers, right? So in theory, that's a run team first. Wow, that's gonna be interesting. And then I guess in the South, we've got the AFC South. We got the Jags, and they would have
Tennessee.
No, they'd be the last pick. So this would be the Colts. Run first. Yeah, so a lot of run first teams this year. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on this, and that's their thinking, but they are playing a lot of run heavy teams this year.
Yeah, but I mean, you also don't make that pick for 1 year, right?
Right. Yeah,
agreed. You don't. But like,
I just feel like
if you need all the help in the world on defense, and what do you maybe you think, hey, I need to stop the run.
Yeah, but also if you're trading Jalen Ramsey, I don't know, has that like gotten better?
Right, but in the end, I guess solving the trenches first is more important than the outside, right?
Exactly. You can't play football if you don't have the trenches down.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Just can't win.
Trench over the exterior, even if it's D tackle, which is less important than cornerback in theory. But it does allow you to kind of, if you're stacked at the D line, you can kind of free up your linebackers to play more in coverage, So
true.
I don't even know what their blitz rate was last year, the Dolphins, but I can't imagine it was that. It was
but we've also talked about interior defensive line, and I know the Browns did it, but interior defensive line isn't a premium position.
Yeah, I just want to re-echo real quick. The Falcons still haven't made a pick, and they got almost 30 seconds left.
It's really weird.
I just want to go to that real quick because that's really interesting. Because in the first, there we go. There we go.
Finally.
It's happened before where a team has let their pick slide,
per draft day, 2 teams have. Brunson, baby, taking over. Knicks up 7 with 55 seconds left. Let's go.
Brunson was such a good addition to that Knicks team.
Dude,
can't even imagine.
They could have made.
I was thinking about getting a jersey. I never get current Knicks. I tried not getting current players for any of my teams ever. I was thinking it's not Brunson, but Nate Robinson. I think that'd be a good next jersey to have.
I love Nate Robinson, man.
Yeah, no, he won the dunk contest a few times.
Three times.
Yeah. What was he, like 5'10", 5'9", something
right.
like that?
5'9". I had to look it up because we do this thing at work where we do birthday shout outs. And I create like a little PowerPoint slide, and it's like famous people born on this day, including the person whose birthday it is. But like 531, this person had like the best list of celebrity birthdays, like Brooke Shields, Clint Eastwood, Colin Farrell, Lisa Thompson, who was the mom in Back to the Future that tried to hook up with the Fly, Genghis Khan, John Bonham, Nate Robinson, Farrah Abraham, who, if you remember, was pregnant in 16 and pregnant, whatever it was. So it's like, it's just a great list of like celebrities to have on the same birthday.
You said that's 531?
Yeah.
Jeez. So
Genghis Khan, though, everyone's great granddaddy. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah. All right. Falcons pick us in.
All right, let's get it.
Part of the draft. Took Michael Penix from Washington, 8th overall. But now they have the 15th pick. For years, they haven't been able to sack a quarterback. Let's see what they do here.
Haven't been able to sack a quarterback. Although there's a lot of edge guys, too, A lot of edge guys.
Yeah.
Actually, there's only been one edge guy off the board, right, Carter?
And Michael Williams, if you count him as an edge, right?
With the 15th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select Jalen Walker, defensive end, Georgia.
And he gets to stay home,
Yeah.
Good for them.
And he's getting considered a defensive end, so, okay. Yeah,
that's a good pick, man. That's what
he's a little small for defensive end, though, right? In
theory. Well, he's like a hybrid guy. He's playing on
hybrid,
the ball, off the ball. Yeah, so he gives you versatility.
Yeah, I just want to see his measurements real quick.
6'1", 243.
That is small for an edge.
Yeah.
Right? Very short.
That is very small.
It's like like Bryce Huff.
And he has 32-inch arms also, so he's shorter on the arm length side too.
Yeah, I mean, like, just for reference, Micah Parsons was 6'3", 245, going from linebacker to one of the best edges.
Well, what was Abdul Carter? 6'3", 240 or something, right?
250.
250. Like, that's insane.
Yeah, but
damn.
But yeah, Jalen is jacked.
Dude, I think that's a great pick for them, Dude, like, everything to me now that the Jets...
See, he's lined up as a middle linebacker there, beats the guard.
Aren't you so much happy when the Jets don't blow the pick? And
dude, like, because if they took Jalen Walker every pick, I'd be like, well, the Jets could have had him.
Banks? That is on Banks. Wow, he just burned by Banks.
Well, they were saying that, like, the Georgia tape for Banks was a disaster.
Yeah, let's just take lining up as middle linebacker.
Yeah, but that's the thing, man. That versatility that it gives you. Like, look at that closing speed.
Yeah.
Damn. Yeah, like, he's good, man. Like,
all right. I guess we have.
Think about it. We were talking about it, John. What was the scenario? The Jets trade back with the Falcons and get
so they can secure that. Yeah.
Yeah, like they didn't.
And we got Kenneth Grant in that scenario.
Yeah.
And he's a Butkus Award winner too, so that's crazy. Roquan Smith, Nakobe Dean, and him are the last three in the last 8 years, whatever it was, to win the Butkus Award from Georgia.
So almost 50% in the last 8 years. Yeah. Like, that's crazy.
Yeah, Dean hasn't really been anything now, but he's
been good, man. He's been good, but he's been sneaky good.
Yeah, with a name like Dick Butkus, you had to be a badass, man.
Oh my God, right?
Jeez, that's how much he got teased.
Yeah.
Oh
no, he did not get teased because he was just massive human being kicking ass and taking names.
Maybe not though.
But what I'll also say, when he
wasn't always massive.
But when he was in his prime, like, he was probably a big dude in that time. Like, people were smaller back then.
Yeah.
I know.
So I just have Nakobe Dean stats for the kicks. 77 grade last year, which was his best because he didn't really take many snaps in 2023.
Yeah.
Pass rush 82, run defense 82 as well. Not great in coverage. It's just the thing is he's 5'11", 230. You know.
Yeah, that's tough. That's and you have to be. And he plays middle linebacker, right? Like you have to.
Yeah, and his tackling grade was the worst of its all, as well as coverage, which makes sense with that size.
Yeah,
but pass rush and run defense. All right, interesting. All right, Cardinals pick is in. I hate the big hats when they the oversized baseball caps that these people are wearing. Yeah, that's stupid. As well as that guy for the Cowboys fan base that has the one with the lights on it, like just looks fucking stupid. It just looks stupid.
Oh man. I feel like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders.
It feels so good.
That the Jets took Membu.
I just want to show you the Cardinals room. It's all like the same thing. Red tie and like either black, gray, or blue suit.
I'm sure they were like, let's get a dress code going here.
Yeah. The Cowboys were like that too, though, but it was all like blue blazers and like black ties. Or
yeah, because they're plotting taking over the world in that fucking war room.
Right.
Yeah, see those big hats? I don't like them. I think they're so stupid. Like, also, if you bring that to a sporting event, you're an asshole to the person behind you. You know,
right? Because like Jesus, like that thing is gonna block like not just the person behind you, like 3 people behind you.
Correct. Good etiquette. Yeah, it really sucks that I don't have the season tickets this coming year because, like, God, that this truck I have, guys, like, you know what? I'm gonna do a ad for Honda Ridgeline. It's a tremendous truck. It's a tremendous truck.
We're not sponsored. We're not getting paid for this. John is just being honest.
And Paragon Honda did a great job. Like, basically, I was going in for a mid-size SUV, and the money was actually better for the Honda lease than it was for the mid-size SUVs. And I'm talking like the Mazda CX-30 or 330. Like, I looked at the Chevy Traverse, even though like that, it just looked like that thing would not survive a car accident. Anyway,
yeah, that's not
with the 16th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Walter Nolan.
That's a great pick.
Mississippi.
That's a great pick.
Is that the fourth D tackle off the board now?
Yeah, right. Mason Graham, Kenneth Walker.
Grant.
Kenneth Grant.
I guess you could say it's a bit of a run.
No, Kenneth Grant. Who just went? Walter Nolan, that's 3.
Walter Nolan.
Yeah,
okay,
Walter Nolan's 3, so it's 3.
Yeah, but we need a D tackle at some point. That's why I'm like,
I don't think they're going D tackle in the second round, though, man. I think it's got to be a pass catcher.
Yeah, I just want to look at the positions real quick. Cornerback, corner, edge, well, Hunter, whatever. OT, DT, RB, OT, wide receiver, OT, tight end, edge, OG, DT, TE, linebacker, DT. Not that many premium positions in this first 16 draft picks. If you really think about it, premium, which is quarterback, wide receiver, cornerback, edge, and tackle, right? If you really think about it, right? Like 3 tackles, a wide receiver, a quarterback, and a corner, and 2 edges. Like relative to like the first round, usually it's the most heavy there, but it just doesn't feel like it's that many like obviously it's only been 1 quarterback and 1 wide receiver. That's really what's been doing it, and 1 corner, right? That's really interesting. Only 1 cornerback, 1 wide receiver, 1 QB. It's all been trenches. Trenches.
Because teams realize what's important, man.
Well, I think, you know what, I'll keep saying it. I think this last Super Bowl really crystallized that, right? The 2 Chiefs losses have been when their offensive line was decimated and the Bucs defensive and the Eagles defensive lines manhandle them. And then you look at how great Saquon was behind a great offensive line, I think teams are starting to say, let's just build the trenches, which is the way to go.
Yeah. I don't know who the fuck's texting me. Oh, she landed.
So, NYJ Matt, the breakfast sandwich king, he tweeted a screenshot of Dolphins fans reacting to Kenneth Grant being taken at 13. Another horrible pick by Greer. Keep it coming. Fuck this team.
Yeah, they really hate Greer now.
And then one guy, I can't even say it because it's that bad. And then another guy, just line after line, it's just fire Greer, fire Greer, fire Greer, fire Greer, fire Greer. And then another guy who may not be a Dolphin fan said, how did y'all fuck this up?
They need a lot of help.
Love
they need
it.
a lot of help on that deep because they have cap issues and yeah.
Yeah, but again, John, like we've talked, I get the trend.
And no other team has butchered cornerback more than them. If you really think about it, like 2 years ago, they had like $70 million invested in just cornerbacks, which is nuts.
No, I get it.
And now I think all of them are gone now.
Yeah. Just Ramsey.
Well, Ramsey's gone.
Yeah, they're going to trade Ramsey.
Oh, yeah, they're going to trade. They haven't traded him yet.
But what if they don't? What if they work that thing out, right?
Yeah.
Then you don't have a need a corner.
Then it makes sense to go DT because you need DT help. Okay. And all the tackles were gone anyway.
Right, because at that point,
and they have Armstead, and he's great.
No, he retired Armstead.
Oh, he did. That's right. Yeah.
Yeah, as he needed to. You know, what's actually funny is that my buddy's a Navy SEAL, and he gets, because of, he's been into war and all that stuff, he actually gets injections in stem cell injections, but he has to get them out of the country in like Colombia or something like that. And while he was getting his injections, Teron Armstead was next to him getting his injections too, and he posted it, and then he had to take it down because
because they were like, no, you
can't. Yeah. So it's crazy that he was going through all that, and now he just had to hang it up.
Yeah. There's a great Family Guy episode about stem cells where like Peter Griffin was just totally messed up. And he was just like, he was like retarded, and he tried the stem cell shit, and then he walked out. He's like, that was it.
He was, why aren't we funding this?
Yeah.
So, dude, here's another thing about Membu. According to PFF, Armand Membu last season was one of 2 tackles to earn 85 plus grades as a run blocker and pass protector. Membu also did not allow a sack or quarterback hit.
Wow.
Dude, this is a grand slam pick, man.
I mean, we hope, we hope.
Bengals pick is in, and I gotta go to the bathroom at some point.
Fair. I will as well. So let's
well, not everyone at the same time. Not everyone at the same time.
Not everyone. Well, we can take a 5-minute bathroom break. We went 2 hours and 18 minutes.
No. We go in a line. We pretend like there's one bathroom, right?
Go big or go home. Yeah. Oh, Goodell's wearing sneakers.
Yeah, I said that.
Some old man sneakers, it looks like, too.
In the 2025
Edge, gotta be
NFL
Edge.
Draft,
maybe the Marshall.
The Cincinnati Bengals select Shamar Stewart, defensive end, Texas A&M.
That's interesting.
Shamar Stewart is a remarkably gifted athlete.
Looks like a giant, dude, man.
Yeah, he is. And
that's his agent.
Look at that! Look at that bling.
That's his agent for sure.
That thing's actually cool. I'm not gonna lie. That bling looks pretty cool. It's like a skull.
No, looks like an animal head.
Yeah. Okay. I don't like this. I like the suit color. I don't mind it, but I don't like the one button.
Well, I mean that's just a different way of doing it.
I know.
I just don't like the cut of it. It's too small.
That's what I think. The cut is weird.
I don't think they make suits big enough for that.
Is he wearing? He's not wearing a shirt under it.
Listen,
either, right?
If Shaq be having some nice suits, that guy.
That's fair. Exactly, that's fair. Exactly. All right, I'm gonna be right back. Holy God.
Yeah, if Shaq could have some nice suits that actually fit him pretty well. I mean, they can take a couple extra reams of fabric and hook my boy up. They're doing them filthy right now with that that thing looks. First of all, the material looks like a nightie, like a woman's negligee. Not good.
A woman's that's funny.
Not good, man.
Oh man, you know what is good? Armand Membu.
Membu, let's go. So happy about that.
So I want to make sure I say his name right. Hold on, give me a second here. It's I mispronounce his name sometimes, so I just want to make sure I say it right. So Joe Caparoso from the Badlands Jets stuff, he just tweeted out, "Happy Jets were able to grab a better offensive lineman than the Pats, despite being a few picks behind them."
Right?
I love it.
Fantastic. Fan-fucking-tastic.
Chris Sims. Jets take Armand Membu and got the best pass protecting O-lineman in the draft.
All right, Adnan, if you want to go pee, you can do that now.
Yeah, I will be right back.
Yeah. Seahawks are on the clock. They got to help Sam Darnold.
Big time.
Yeah. They can run the ball, though. They got a good 1-2 there with Walker and Charbonnet.
What's that guy's name? Abeka? Forgot his name.
Oh, the Ohio State guy you're talking about.
Right, yes.
I don't think that's the next receiver off the board, honestly. I think it's I think it's what's his face? The Luther Matt Golden. Yeah, Golden or Luther. Yeah. Oh, Higgins is around too. I like Luther Burden so much though.
Luther Burden. Yeah, that's the PFF that would be the next.
They love him. They love him.
Yeah, that would be the next. According to PFF, he would be the next off the board.
Yeah. Also, James Pierce is still around, which is crazy to me at this point because he's such a freak.
Yeah.
Another DT, Derek Harm. Oh man, like
kind of a big reach for Colston Loveland at where he went.
Yeah, I thought the Chargers were kind of in play for that. I'm gonna be really honest. I think the Chargers are that could very well take that division next year. I don't think it's that hot of a take. I don't think it's that hot of a take.
It's Emeka Egbuka is his name.
There you go. We should have had me try it because I'm really bad at those names. I'm not going to at this point until it happens. But yeah, the Chargers are stacked. They got Mike Williams back, but they're probably going to go wide receiver.
Now they have a great coach too.
Yeah, the Chargers I think are going to take the AFC West next year. Like too many of those lucky games happen for Kansas City. Like regression to the mean always happens. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
And plus, like every one of their receivers is in jail, right? like
With the 18th pick,
Golden
in the 2025 NFL Draft,
has to be Golden.
The Seattle Seahawks select Gray Zabel.
That's a great pick. You gotta protect Darnold. You gotta protect him.
championships with the Bison 21 and
once again in the trenches again. This draft has been dominated by the trench picks.
Yeah,
it really has.
Which is
tackle
smart.
and I mean, it was deep at D line, so you knew that was going to be a big. But I thought people would have waited and then gone at the talent that's less, in abundance, like wide receiver, running back.
Degenerate Mike, by the way, texted, "We need D line next." But
it's got to be pass catcher.
No,
for us,
you need someone to catch passes.
But I'm telling you right now, the D tackle, like there's some good first round talent still there. But Derek Harmon is the guy that's really he wouldn't fall. Darius Alexander from Toledo still around.
Mason Taylor is the guy.
Yeah, but I've been hearing
or tight end. You're not taking tight end that early. You're not taking.
I've been reading a lot that Mason Taylor is in play for the Eagles at 32 because of the Goddard situation. But still, Arroyo is there. Jaden Higgins might be there. You're taking a pass catcher there. If they
the receiver class right now, it's really there's a lot of good receivers right now.
But
Golden, Higgins, Ibuka, Trey Harris, Luther Burden, Jalen Noel, Beck,
42,
Kyle Williams.
But after 42, there won't be. By the Jets' next pick, you'll probably find a better D tackle prospect than you will a wide receiver or tight end prospect.
Yeah, I'm just looking at what's been picked. Who's left, right? We got Tampa. They're not going to need a receiver. Broncos very well could do it.
They could go receiver, running back. Both tight ends are gone, so they won't go tight end.
Steelers might go quarterback here because looks like Rodgers is not going there. I have no idea what's going on there with the Rodgers thing. Chargers.
Who cares? Fuck Rodgers.
We
right.
don't
Chargers.
So good.
Right. Chargers could take wide receiver. Right. Green Bay probably won't. They probably like the way they're set up now there. Vikings definitely not. Texans, who do they just? They have Nico and Tank, right? It's probably enough, right? Didn't they? Who did they? Where did Cooper Kupp go?
Did he stay?
No,
or he might be in.
He's in Seattle. That's right.
Seattle.
That's right. He is in Seattle. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so that and Dart and JSN. That's why they didn't take wide receiver. I totally forgot about that. Rams are not going to take wide receiver. Ravens very well could. Lions, I guess, could. Commanders probably not, just because they have Debo and Terry. Although maybe they could take it. They did let a lot of wide receivers go. Holy shit! So that's another team there. Bills definitely. Chiefs maybe. Eagles no.
I mean, if you look at the Chiefs, Rashee Rice is coming off of a major injury. You don't really have much.
They don't really have much there to throw the ball to. Chelsea's getting old.
Well, they have Hopkins, and they have who was their first round pick last year that I drafted and helped me win my fantasy championship.
The
speedster, Kansas City. Xavier Worthy, yeah. They may not need receiver. They might just go trenches.
So an interesting thing, Adam Schefter says at one point the Giants offered this year's and next year's first round pick to the Titans to draft Cam Ward, among other picks, and the Titans said no. Interesting.
Yeah. I think Cam Ward's the first Miami Hurricane to ever get drafted number 1 overall, right? Or is it Russell Maryland?
Was he one Russell Maryland?
Yeah, I want to check. Right? Russell Maryland was a Miami Hurricane, right?
Yeah.
God. Those U teams were so good back in the 80s.
Yeah,
he was number 1
the first overall 91, yep.
And in the 2000s too.
Yeah, early 2000s, yeah, but then they got the hammer again.
Well, you can't be good forever.
Yeah, you can.
Who's good forever?
Alabama.
Nobody.
But college football, it's a little easier. Like Ohio State's pretty much always been good, right?
Yeah, but not these days
good,
with
right.
the
USC, I guess.
USC.
USC's been terrible the past couple of years, and with the transfer portal now, this stuff is going to fluctuate every year.
Right. But Alabama's always been pretty good. You know what I mean? Even before Nick
they had
like
some
middle.
Dude,
they had some bad years. Right.
With Chris Shula's, and like it's all cyclical, man.
Yeah, but it is and it isn't. Like they always rebound. Texas rebounded, of course, you know. But like you don't that's the thing in college football. You rarely see like those small schools. It's not like in March Madness where a Cinderella team can kind of come out of nowhere a little bit.
But now with NIL, those Cinderellas are going away too, right?
Yep. Yeah, it was all Power 4,
Yeah.
right? In the final Sweet 16 last year. Yeah. All right. So Will Johnson. Oh, so we got the Bucks pick now. I don't even know. It's not.
Wait, has a cornerback gone yet? A corner hasn't gone yet.
Just Travis Hunter. That's it. That's what I was saying. It's only been one quarterback, one corner, and one wide receiver so far. Everyone's in the trenches.
I'm pretty sure that Jacksonville is going to use him as a wide receiver.
Roger Goodell now with the Bucks pick.
With the 19th pick in the 2025 NFL
the Texas
draft,
kid.
the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Emeka Egbuka.
Wow. Okay.
Ohio State.
Just talking about
the Buccaneers
over Luther Burden.
Luther Burden's falling down draft boards, man. Egbuka is better. I'd rather have him than Burden.
He left his all-time leader in catches at Ohio State and second in receiving.
I didn't think that he was the next receiver off the board.
You thought it was Burden.
I thought, Golden or Burden. Yeah. I would have thought,
Yeah.
I didn't even think the Bucks were really a contender for Godwin's still there, right? Like, am I crazy now?
Yeah.
He's still on there. Godwin's still on the Bucks.
This is why I just don't understand it, right? Because I mean, he's there. So is Evans, obviously, who will never die.
Mm-hmm.
But
Jalen McMillan. They have Sterling Shepard as the 4. You know what I mean?
But here's the thing, man. Like you rejuvenated Baker Mayfield. You got to keep that going. I feel like, and just give him all the weapons that you can. I don't think this is a bad pick at all.
I just think, honestly, like they were so stacked at offense that I didn't think that was the move.
Yeah, but also, man, just add to your strength sometime, right?
Also, Godwin gets hurt a lot.
Made more sense. I thought cornerback made more sense.
Godwin is hurt a lot.
You're right, and you know what? And Mike Evans gets banged up too.
I know. I just think cornerback was the bigger need for him.
Emeka profiles just like Chris Godwin, by the way.
Okay.
I think it's good. I think it's a good pick. I really do.
Like they needed
Godwin.
So they came in, right, per PFF, they needed edge, linebacker, and DB. So it's all defense. You know what I mean? It was all defense. And there's like, nope.
Yeah, but dude, listen, sometimes look, you got a buck trend, and it's the player for me, right? Egbuka is just your consummate, just excellent Ohio State wide receiver. Like sometimes you just got to do it, man.
Damn, this is crazy. Egbuka 6'1", 203. Godwin 6'1", 209. Egbuka 4'40". Godwin 4'40". Like same height, same weight, same 40 time. Like Jesus.
Well, and But the other
he's been
thing
there forever, though. You know,
and Godwin just signed a 3-year contract with 3-year, I think $66 million.
Yep.
Right. Okay.
44 mil guaranteed. But listen, I like the pick. I'm not gonna.
Yeah. I think it's just. I think they're future proofing themselves at the wide receiver position.
Dude,
I guess just the thing is they needed defense, and there's still some great James. You know, tell me James Pierce would have gone well.
Yeah, but here's
or Will Johnson or the Texas corner.
Here's the other thing: they have more picks, right? And if you look at Egbuka here, you just keep wide receivers now a premium position, and you just got to keep replenishing. Right. And like Monty said, Godwin gets hurt, he goes out. You know, Baker.
You're replacing him with another Godwin.
Literally. I'm thinking tomorrow when Kuiper does his biggest winners and losers of round 1, Tampa's going to be listed as a loser here.
I don't know, man.
Because, and I'm not saying it's not a bad idea to have great wide receivers. I'm just saying they needed defense, and there was some great defensive options available there.
But
you know what I mean? And of good value too. James, as I said, James Pierce, right? Will Johnson, he was almost considered the best corner in this draft. You know what I mean? If it wasn't for Travis Hunter, it was like a hybrid, whatever thing. Barron was there, you know what I mean? And then the rest of the edge guys, you had Mike Green, you know, who led everybody in sacks, you know,
right.
And then the Boston College kid too is further. I'm sorry, yeah. So I don't know. That's just my honest take on it. And even if they wanted to go regular linebacker because they kind of need that, Campbell was there too from Alabama. You know,
no, I get it, man. But I think also when you look at this draft, right, there's a lot of that kind of talent in the 2nd and 3rd round. The wide receiver talent in this draft isn't that deep. So where the Bucs are picking in the 2nd round, there will be other defensive tackles, corners, linebackers. There won't be a receiver like
you mean in the late second, in the mid second, right?
That's what I'm saying.
I think there still will, because Kyle Williams is still there. You know, will still be there in all our mocks.
But again, the teams that didn't take wide receivers that need them.
I hear you on that. I just think that was just a missed opportunity to help them go a little bit over the top on defense. And also it's a Todd Bowles team, you know, which
but I also think so look at the Jets, right? When you have a defensive coach, right, the natural inclination is draft defense. I look at it as if you have a defensive coach, that's his strength. He can get by with non-premium talent and be excellent, right?
Yeah.
But so you strengthen the other side of the ball, and they just lost their offensive coordinator, right? I think it's a smart move, just like the Jets. If they went Jalen Walker, everyone would have said, yep, defensive coach, defensive player, great move. But they went offensive tackle.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
Broncos trying to continue to build on what was a successful season last year behind their rookie.
Running back, wide receiver, center, and D interior. Harmon could be a pick, but wide receiver. I think Golden goes here.
Now watch them go corner, and John's going to be like, well, you know, the offensive.
They don't need it, though. They don't need it. They had the best defense last year.
Well,
April is World Wish Month, and the NFL is proud to support the life-changing wishes.
Is that Brick Johnson? Is that who's making it for the Broncos?
Nice suit by the kid. Nice suit.
One of those is will be coming through right now. Sam is a 17-year-old Broncos fan who has bravely battled cancer. There you go, Sam. Raise that fist up.
Great suit. Great hair.
Right, huh?
His wish is to announce the first-round draft pick for his favorite team.
Looks better than me.
Please join me in cheering on Sam as his wish comes true. Take it away, Sam.
Yeah, let's go Broncos.
Let's ride.
All right.
Broncos country.
Pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jahdae Barron, DB.
I told you! What did I say? What did I say? They're going to go corner. I told you.
Well, it's long overdue for a corner, too.
Now, John, well, the offensive needs matched up. I'm telling you, man, these teams don't care about that.
I guess they don't care, man.
Because, dude, like, we assume, like, these team needs.
Yeah, they're set at cornerback now. They have the better DB room than we do, for sure.
Well, dude, but my point is this, right? The team needs, they're not given to the networks by the team. It's the network saying, this is what we believe their needs are.
Right, but they've been right mostly.
But the Bucks need maybe was wide right. And like you look at it, you could say, John, for you, those two picks should have been switched. Right? And
yeah,
Google
I was about to say that.
For Denver, right?
Well,
and Barron would be perfect for.
Yeah. But hear me out. They have Bo Nix, who they just invested a first-round pick on. Like you just like you figure it was offense,
but again, think about these two picks and what I said. It's strengthen the side of the ball that isn't your head coach's forte.
Yeah.
Right.
Who's their other cornerback anyway? I
don't know. A guy named Patrick Surtain.
No, after
I'm joking.
after
I'm joking.
Fucking.
I'm joking.
Yeah, I know.
But the other thing with Jahdae Barron that's interesting, right, is he's
really good. He's
really good, but he's also a hybrid like Brian Branch type of guy. That's why people were mocking him to the Jets because Aaron Glenn, Brian Branch, he can play safety, he can play nickel, he can play on the outside. So I think it's a good pick, man.
Yeah, I just want to see more. They showed a really nice highlight. It was just really good hands, like Sauce Gardner kind of hands.
Yeah, dude, he's really good, man. He's really good.
That's not really. That's just good heads up. But like the play before it, there was some really good hands there.
I think that was nice.
It was, but like it's not like it wasn't like his main occupancy is coverage because I know you say turnovers, but. You know what I mean? Like the previous play, like it was.
Hey guys, let's take a step back for a second. 21, is this Shador?
I would think so at this point, but you know what? I've been wrong all along.
You've been wrong
about these later picks.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, the first first 7 picks, we were like, this is chalk, right? Like outside of Mason Graham going. But we
was pretty much chalk.
And we thought Mason Graham would go 5. It was chalk.
It was chalk up to us, correct? Up through us, it was chalk. And then like Carolina, you kind of knew it was going to go one way. It was really depending on obviously that's the thing. As you go further, the chalk.
And then I think like the Saints taking Calvin Banks when you think about it makes sense with the Penning not picking up the 5th-year option, right? The the Bears taking Loveland, man.
Yeah. Do you think, it's crazy? If the Steelers pass on Sanders, I don't think he gets drafted in the first round.
Unless somebody trades back in.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
Because if nobody's going to trade back in for him, then the Browns can take him at the top of the 2nd round.
Yeah, that would be really embarrassing for the Sanders family.
Yeah.
And even then, they're going to be like, fuck Cleveland.
Yeah.
All right. Well, their pick is in. I think it is Sanders, but yeah. Next one, right?
Yeah, they won 118, 116.
With the 21st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Pittsburgh Steelers select Derek Harmon.
Whoa!
Wow, no Shador.
Still no Shador.
I was talking about Derek Harmon. Like he's really good. He's really good.
He is.
With his family.
But it's trench warfare in the first.
Dude, 6'4", 313, fucking beast, man.
He started his career at Michigan State, which is not far from his home in Farmington Hills into the Detroit area. Derek Harmon and his family, an emotional night as he is selected the first overall by the Pittsburgh Steelers.
I'm telling you, man, Sanders ain't going in the first round. That is
what's funny? This is why Shador. he was invited to the draft, but didn't go because I think he knew he wouldn't be a first round. You know what I mean? Derek Carr, that's a good pick, man. You're right, John. Harmon is really, really good.
Harmon's really good.
And that's a Steelers pick, man. You put him next to Cam Hayward.
Oh my God, Highsmith and Watt.
Like, I mean, look,
the line is fierce. Always.
Yeah. Now they're in the running for the best defensive line in the NFL with the Giants. Like, it's crazy.
It's better than the Giants. It's better than the Giants. That's better than the Giants. I mean, like, I mean, Dexter slightly over Hayward, right? I mean, Dexter is the best DT in the league, or at least top tier, right? With Chris Jones, right? Pretty much, it's those two, and then the next tier is like Quinnen and like Hayward's and like whatever, right? Like that group, right? And then, but the edge guys, Burns is like a tier 2 edge, and then like KT is, I don't know,
dude.
Right.
I think Burns is a tier 1 edge, man. Burns is a tier 1 guy. Dexter.
No. I consider the tier 1 edges to be like TJ, Garrett, Parsons, Nick Bosa, and like Crosby.
I think he's up.
And Henriksen.
I think he's up there with those guys. I do.
I don't disagree. Wow.
Man, that's jeez.
Yeah, Sanders ain't getting out of the first. Because I mean, well, someone would have to trade back, right? Realistically, I'm just like looking at this, like this whole draft. I mean, I guess the Rams is the only one to succeed Stafford like that. That would just be such a weird, you know what I mean? That'd be so weird. But also, every team that's left is set at quarterback. You got Herbert, Love, McCarthy, Stroud, Stafford, as I said, Lamar, Goff, Jaden Daniels, Josh Allen, Mahomes, and Hurts. Like,
well, that would make sense for one of those teams to trade out if someone wants to overpay. But why would you?
Well, if you're like the Eagles and you're totally stacked, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. If you're the Eagles and you're totally stacked, or if you want to save some bread, right? You do it. And also the Rams, they do trade out a lot of first. You know what I mean? They're like, wait, hold the phone. We've always had it. We've never had back-to-back first round picks.
Yeah.
But they need help too,
Yeah.
Like I mean, I'm the only team that really doesn't need much. I guess I'm looking at like just the needs, right? You've got Baltimore needs stuff. They need interior help on the O-line, and they could always take another edge guy or a DB, right? Houston is the only one here that says they only have 2 needs, wide receiver and O-line, but they really need O-line help because they just lost everything on that O-line. Kansas City needs O-line help, just trench help, right? So, but maybe they trade out, right? That would make sense, right? Kansas City to trade out.
Yeah, get an extra pick or 2,
Yeah, that would make sense.
I mean,
and Cleveland would be the team. Cleveland would be the team to do it, right?
I mean,
oh wow, that's funny. My fiance just texted me that she was like, "Yeah, do you know this guy?" and sent me a picture of one of her friends. I guess is out right now. She's with Jake Asman.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that is some draft party for the Jets.
Cool story.
John likes to pretend he's so unimpressed by everything.
Oh, I know.
It's Jake Asman. It's just Jake Asman.
You know what I mean? Like John's the coolest
Jake
guy
Asman.
ever.
I don't know. I'm sour on Jake Asman nowadays. That's
why. Why? What did he do to you?
Just personally, like, I think he like. All right, so he's like ESPN right now. Which congratulations to him for getting that bread, right? Essentially, but like everyone on on these big networks, right? It's just like it's like overreaction. Like to everything, right? You know what I mean? Like even like the which we didn't really talk about because it happened after we recorded with like Rodgers getting the boot, after coming in and all that, and he was like, making a big deal about it and all that, and just taking
like what he said,
super strong to it, you know. But it's just like everything is just like you gotta just go hard on the reaction, you know, with these guys, with anything that happens. And I just think it's just stupid, you know. I think it's stupid.
Honestly, I don't think that. For me, his show is just like, it just was like too much of like the fan interaction and too long. Like that's where I have nothing against him. I actually like his analysis. Like I watch the first like whatever 10-20 minutes of any of his shows, and then I just click out because like the rest of it's just like people trying to get on and, you know, talk
on my truck, you know, calling it my truck.
Talk about the same bullshit over and over, and it's just like not anything I want to hear about. You know,
anyway, Chargers pick is coming up, FYI. They have about a minute left on the clock, so but I think Golden's the pick there, by the way. But yeah,
that would be a good pick for them. I agree.
Yeah, but back to Asman though, I don't know. Maybe it's just a little ginger, you know, that I just don't like because of that South Park episode.
Oh my God!
I bet you John like DM'd him or something, and Asman didn't get back. So now John's.
Oh, that too. That happened ages ago, but I'm over that.
Yeah,
doesn't sound like it.
That's exactly.
Hey, Nania came on our show. You know what I mean? Like, but like at least like the Jets X Factors guys, like that's real.
Yeah,
real.
that's
like
cool.
Even like Buffalo Jets fan interacts with us. You know, like all those guys interact with us. You know what I mean? Ryan, who does Jets Talk 24/7, they interact with us. You know,
but that's not.
He's not at no Jets content creators at the I'm too good for you level. No one. Not Asman, not any of these fucking guys. Maybe like a guy, maybe someone like Rosenblatt because he's, you know, whatever.
He's a real suit, yeah.
You know, but honestly, none of these guys.
We should wear suits for the next one. We should start wearing suits.
Should we?
Well, I mean, no one would really be able to tell if I was wearing a suit or just wearing a jacket.
Well, we could do 1 year. We could do like I would say like pregame in the parking lot, like do it out on the back of my truck essentially, and then just like, you know, like just do a whole show there, you know, and have someone film it. Like, you know, I think that'd be cool.
We should set up like a cardboard kind of thing with like seats behind it and like
yeah. Yeah, that would be cool. Chargers pick is in. Desmond Howard, who I don't think deserved the MVP in that Super Bowl, is talking. That should have been
stop it.
That should have been Brett Favre. Brett Favre. Brett Favre had a 109 QB rating or whatever it was.
Desmond Howard won that game for them. Let's not.
I know special teams, but it's special teams. He got one touchdown.
That's huge in that Super Bowl. You can't just always give the Super Bowl MVP to the winning quarterback.
They were already up by then. That was the last score of the game.
He made the biggest play of the game. That's the point. The biggest play of the game.
If you remember that Super Bowl, like it was like a really high scoring like first quarter or half. You know what I mean? Like it really was. And then defenses took over in the second half. You know. Yeah, he did have a lot of. I think he did set the record for return or net yards, whatever, from a player in that game because he also had some punt return yards that were kind of huge, but. I don't know, but traditionally I don't think he deserves to go to special teams, and let alone he didn't do anything as a receiver in that game. You know what I mean? It's just a weird, like, you know, that I think that would have just been for Favre. You know what I mean? But Favre was the MVP that year, right? Like that would have kind of just encapsulated, you know, figured out the whole, you know, finished his whole basically perfect season because he was the most dominant quarterback in that 96 to 98 era. Yeah, to the end of the 90s era. You know, when all the old heads like Elway, Marino, Kelly were all kind of fading out.
Hold on. In Super Bowl 31, Desmond Howard's key stats as the MVP included a then Super Bowl record 99-yard kickoff return for a touchdown, 4 kick returns for 154 yards, and 4 punt returns for 90 yards. He finished the game with a total of 244 all-purpose yards.
Los Angeles Chargers select Omarion Hampton,
running back.
That's a great pick.
It's a good one.
That's a great pick. But again, Desmond Howard, 244 all-purpose yards.
I understand. I understand. There was a lot of scoring in that game early on. You know what I mean? Like
that's MVP, man. That's MVP to me.
Give me Favre stats. It was like 240. And by the way, both teams were stacked on defense. And he had like 100+ QB rating in that game. Give me Favre stats.
Give me a second. I'm looking them up. All right. So let's see. That was the Patriots Super Bowl. I'm just bringing it up right now. Box score. Packers. He was 14 for 27, 246 yards, 2 touchdowns, 107.9 rating.
Wow. Yeah, there was. Yeah, the completion rate sucked in that game. I get that. Okay. I didn't think of that.
Yeah, I mean,
is there anybody else that's jumped off? I guess no one really jumped off the stat sheet.
Not really. I mean, Green Bay rushing. Dorsey Levens led them with 14 for 61 yards. Antonio Freeman had 3 catches for 105 yards and a touchdown. I mean, defensively, it doesn't matter. I mean, but my God, Desmond Howard averaged 38.5 yards per kick return with the 99-yard touchdown. Averaged 15 yards of punt return. I mean, that's just crazy.
Yeah. Well, Bledsoe threw 4 picks in that game. Now I'm looking at it. Wow, that's not good.
Dude, I love that Amari and Hampton.
But here's the thing: Reggie White had 3 sacks in that game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but winning a defensive MVP is very, that Super Bowl MVP.
Well, it happened with the last one was in the Seahawks. No, it probably was Von Miller.
It was Von Miller.
Yeah, it was Von Miller. Yeah. Before that, it was the Seahawks Broncos Super Bowl. But yeah, Reggie White had 3 sacks in that game. That's a lot. You know what I mean? Like,
but 244 all-purpose yards and a touchdown. You're gonna give that. I mean, that's a.
I hear you now. 15 yards of punt return, 38, but 99 yards and
99 yards. Yeah, it's something.
Yeah, but exactly. If you take that out, right? So it's like 55 yards on 3. You know, that's like standard. You know, but okay. Anyway, Packers pick is up, and oh wow, look at the food they've got. Hang on one second. Look at this food. They just it's basically everything we ate and on that destroyed our toilets after we ate in Green Bay.
The cheese curds, right? That's
dude. I gained so much weight on that trip, dude.
Yeah, dude, best cheese curds I've ever had.
Yeah, that if one state needs Ozempic, it's that state.
Yeah.
After what you eat.
After what we ate that trip, holy shit, man!
Dude, thank God we had our own rooms, dude. We need just our own toilets. We just need the own toilets, you know.
Yeah, that's literally what it was. And it's so funny. It was so cheap. We were like, own rooms, fine.
Fuck it, yeah.
Even during a Packers weekend, it was not.
Yeah, dude. Even at that hotel was good. I was nervous because I booked the hotel, like I planned everything, and like we got to the hotel, there was like an old timey diner right next door, a sports bar right across the street.
Perfect.
It was literally perfect. And Jet fans were there.
And the sports bar had free shuttles to and from the game.
It was literally perfect.
Dude,
yeah.
That town is
we were thinking about parking, going up there and parking, and then we didn't have to do that.
Because John was like, I'll drive. And then we went to the bar the day before. They were like, no, there's a shuttle that leaves from
that town is so built around.
And it was free.
You were just free. Before. You were just
not only was it free, but also finding that bus was not that hard. We just looked for the bus number.
But wait,
very organized.
Weren't you just saying before about how the school was closed for fucking for the draft and all that? Because this town is built around this shit.
Built around football, man. It's amazing. But I didn't think it would be like that when I booked it. We had never been there. I was just like, hey, this hotel looks cool. Yeah. It's 4 miles from the stadium. We can do whatever we want. And then we got there and I was like,
it wasn't that far, actually. It wasn't that far. It was like under 2 miles because it's a small town. But I will say that was the best football experience we've ever had. Also, we won and dominantly, and we thought everything was turned around at that point. Because the next week was the Brees game where he went down.
He went down, yeah. But dude, that
ABT went down too, right? They both went down that game.
We took over that stadium, man. Remember at the end of the game, we were sitting next to. I was sitting next to this couple, and the guy was like, "This is the first time I've ever seen Packers leave a Packer game this early." They were out like beginning of the fourth quarter because the Jets were just rolling them.
God, remember that cute blonde that was sitting in front of us that was giving us shit the whole game?
Talking shit the whole game. Yeah.
God, I loved her.
Yeah.
I loved her. Like, it could have been like she could have had the whip and just tell me how bad my Jets are.
John would have let her whip his ass.
Yeah, but I was nervous the whole time. I was very, very, I was very calm about the whole thing. Even when we took a 24-3 lead and then they eventually scored a touchdown or whatever it was.
Oh, and by the way, Connor Hughes, by the way, just tweeted the Eagles are trying to trade up with the Packers.
Trade up?
Yeah, 1 minute ago. So maybe that's why they're taking the whole time.
Interesting.
So listen to
who would they get at this point?
Hold on. Let's back up for a second. So Zach Rosenblatt tweeted this. Aaron Glenn was asked about Aaron Rodgers' comments about their meeting. His answer: Memba was a really good player, and I'm so excited he's a Jet. Dude, I'm loving this regime more and more every day.
I love it.
So good.
I love it. Yeah, because you know what? He's not taking any shit. He's not gonna, because Saleh would have answered that question like, oh, well, blah, blah, blah.
Well, we love Aaron Rodgers. He's a Hall of Famer.
We're sad to go. He's a Hall of Famer.
Memba would have been perfect for the Niners, actually. Holy shit.
He's perfect for the Jets.
Now he's perfect for the Jets.
Josina Anderson 2 minutes ago, I'm told the Giants are trying to get back into the first round.
For Sanders.
Albert Breer. This is the best. 14 minutes ago. This is going to be painted as a slide. The reality on Shedeur Sanders is that it isn't. Most teams didn't see him as a first rounder. A lot of people didn't want to hear that, but it is what it is. Doesn't mean he can't succeed. He still can. I knew it.
Yeah. Well, James Pierce is still on the board.
Darren Moogie on Brees Hall rumors. I haven't had any talks with any teams about Brees Hall. He's on the team. That's a death sentence.
Yeah.
That is a death sentence of a statement.
Yeah, Packers pick is in, so they did not trade out. I could see him taking Pierce, man.
Mark Murphy is with him.
Okay, Green Bay, it's your time. To make this historic pick, please give it up for first team All-Pro, Pro Bowler, two-time Super Bowl champion,
or even
and Packers president and CEO,
corner
Mark
Will
Murphy.
Johnson. Will Johnson also.
Is Goodell drunk? He keeps mispronouncing and slurring.
He's always drunk
Probably.
at these things. This was last year. He did the same
It's
shit.
a party for Goodell, man. People love him. Even people love booing him. People love booing him, but they do like him because he takes.
He was drunk as fuck last year.
Draft here to Green Bay for the best draft in the history of the NFL. Right here.
This guy's smashed though.
Oh yeah, point to BAC right now.
Wisconsin and everywhere, because our fans are everywhere. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to the NFL Draft at Lambeau Field. It is our honor and privilege to host this wonderful event in our community, particularly since we are the only community-owned team in the NFL. Just out of curiosity, how many of you are owners? Yes. Woo. We also have the best owners in the NFL. And we also want to celebrate the special connection we have with our fans that dates back to the early days of professional football.
Come on, make the pick.
23rd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the 13-time world champion.
Oh, get the fuck out of here.
For the first time since 2002.
Oh, my God.
Wide receiver.
Golden.
Matthew Golden, wide receiver of Texas.
There it is.
That is funny, though. You had to add that.
Yeah.
Mark Murphy stepping down as president. And
Golden's really good, man. Golden's really good. Golden's really. Oh, wow. Wait, look at this fit that Golden has. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. I like it, actually. You know, even with, like, it's weird because it's like.
It's funny that he's wearing green already.
I'll be right back.
It's God, he's drinking a lot.
How funny is that? He's green already. He wore the right color.
It's not green. It's like gold, dude.
That's like a greenish.
That's
color.
gold. No, it's gold. It's the lights that are making it look
the green
green.
lights. Look at it. Oh,
No,
okay.
that shit's gold because he's golden, right? That makes way more sense.
That does make more sense.
I mean, this is as.
Yeah. Now that he walked through the
yeah. I mean, that would make way more sense, right? Than wearing green when your name is Golden. You know.
Yeah.
She's cute. But I like this fit, man. I mean, I'm not cool enough to rock that, but I would. That's pretty cool. And he's got the little flower thing there too. It's also
I would have gone with black pants though. I wouldn't have gone with the matching.
Yeah,
pants.
I agree with you too on that. Yeah.
The jacket is super dope though.
Yeah, it is. Good hug. I should put the volume on this. They're probably really going loud.
Picked in the first round tonight. That matches the Texas record set in 1980.
He's the third Longhorn.
Wow. He was only at Texas for 1
Were they even that good last year?
Yeah.
I mean, he's more than just a fast receiver. Of course, he's a 4.29 guy, but I mean, he has quick, explosive footwork. Great for.
Yeah. Well, there goes my stock in that keeper. As a G. Yeah.
Damn, 4.2.
Yeah, no, he's fast. What's crazy is I guess that is the third. Yeah, that's probably the last Longhorn there. Yeah, that made sense. But wow, look who's still. So Will Johnson and James Pierce are still available, and also arguably the best true linebacker in Campbell still around. And you still got edge guys galore. You know, the Jets. It's funny the Jets could walk away with a really good edge guy in the early second.
Yeah.
If they want to go that route and not address a real need, but it could be a real need given who knows what Jermaine is like, you know.
Right.
But
you missed Matt Golden's sick jacket.
Yeah, it's sick, dude. It's like he's like all gold, of course.
That's literally a gold.
That's
jacket.
awesome.
Actually, it's gold.
Yeah.
I felt the pants were a little much for me, but yeah.
I was like, this is cool.
I would have worn that jacket though for sure.
Yeah. This draft is taking a long time.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. It's like it slowed down drastically after like the mid rounds. Like once they got to like once they got to like pick 15, it was like a bunch more commercials, a lot more slower, picking. Like
yeah, because now I think people are really thinking a little bit. You know what I mean? Like some picks were just obvious.
Yeah, Vikings pick is in this. I mean, their needs. Not many, right? They're pretty stacked. Running back, DB, and D interior.
So
D interior got raped though. This in this round,
Let's not use that word, John.
Raped.
I would say I've been seeing a lot of like Malachi Starks or Nick Eamon here at safety. Bring someone in. Harrison Smith has one more year. Learn behind him. DB is a need. This could be the first. This would be the first safety off the board, right?
Yeah, but Will Johnson is just like, I mean, that was almost a consensus top 10 pick going into this, and they need cornerback. They need corner, right?
I mean, DB,
but
right?
yeah, DT. Yeah, DB, Will Johnson.
Well,
yeah.
let's just assume that they're going in the trenches because that's what everyone else is doing.
Yeah, but at some point, people got to zag, right? Or zigzag, you know?
Not necessarily because it's a deep draft for the trenches.
Yeah.
Where did Starks, Starks really that far down? Wow. So I'm like just looking at ESPN's board for kicks, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't even see Starks' name anywhere on this best available. Oh, no, the South Carolina safety hopped him.
Even
there he
more,
is,
right?
13th. Yeah, Malachi Starks is 13th best available according to them. Interesting. Pick is in. Hang on.
Selected by the Packers. That had happened back in 2002, and now they have another one, and they've had trouble keeping some of their wide receivers healthy. They certainly hope that Matthew Golden is their go-to guy. Minnesota Vikings are now on the clock. They have 24.
Yeah, I didn't know about the Packers going receiver given Wicks.
Season. See what they do.
Yeah, they never go receiver first round. Yeah.
2025 NFL Draft. The Minnesota Vikings select Donovan Jackson, guard, Ohio State.
Wow.
Trenches. Trenches.
So Donovan
Jackson. Trenches. And if you think about it also, like the other two guards, Tyler Booker and Gray Zabel already went.
Is this going to be the most guards drafted in the first round?
Well, 3, right?
Possibly.
I mean, it's a lot, actually, for guard, right? We got
Yeah,
Tyler Booker,
Gray
Zabel,
now Donovan Jackson.
That's 3. Oh, and the Giants traded up.
Right.
Here it is. Dart or
Who did the Giants just swap with?
With the Texans.
Yeah, that makes sense because the Texans need a lot.
Well, they need an offensive lineman, right? If they traded back and picked up,
just one. Yeah, but there's also the tackle from Ohio State that got injured last year.
Josh Simmons, he's really good.
Yeah, but torn ACL.
Oh my God! What if they take Shador?
Imagine if they don't.
They're probably not going to now.
Imagine if they traded up and take like a defensive tackle. We're not gonna get one in the second.
No, that wouldn't. They would probably go. If they don't go they're probably gonna go Sanders, right, at this point. But if they did not, it would probably be for something on the offense.
No,
right?
it'd be Dart. It's either Dart or Sanders. You don't trade
up.
Yeah,
I would think you're.
Well,
someone traded up to 2 from 5, and so
Yeah, but the quarterbacks weren't worth it. If it's not Dart or Sanders, I'll be shocked.
Yeah, I mean they do need another tackle, and they do have 2 quarterbacks that are fairly competent.
It's Dart or Sanders. I'm telling you, it's Dart or Sanders.
Maybe they take freaking Will Johnson here just to really make us laugh,
Maybe.
Imagine that. There's no way they traded back into the first for a fucking.
I don't even know what they traded for. What do you know what the details are?
I haven't seen it yet. I'm looking around.
Yeah, I would do it myself, but I have to manage the the stream, and yes,
Oh my God.
It's got to be for Sanders.
I think Dart. Well, Todd McShay. Did you see that report that thing that you sent Monty about a bad meeting or whatever? Todd McShay came out and said the Giants were one of the teams that had a bad meeting with Shador. He said that specifically. So this has to be Dart, I would bet.
Why would God? I don't understand. I mean, if you were as good as your dad, I would understand it.
But But here's the thing, right? This is one of the things that Todd McShay was talking about that I think other people wouldn't, right? And what he said is Shedor's a great kid, good for whatever. But at the combine, when these interviews happen and where teams were like, whoa, this guy is, whatever, bad interviews, they were still in the mindset that they could pick where Shedor went. Right. Yeah. So they were just burning bridges because they were like, well, of course it's the Browns are going to take me at 2. Of course the Giants are going to take me at 3.
Because they're all poverty franchises who are doing bad, and I'm a good talent. Yeah, maybe.
Exactly. I don't know if I can call the Giants a poverty franchise, given they've won 4 Super Bowls.
Well, look, I mean, I think right in this
now, it's time, you're just talking about right now.
Yeah, now. And I think when you look at Shedeur Sanders, like, I think that's one of the things, Monty, that I say about him is that, like, who does he like? He's burning bridges, like. The Steelers didn't. Quarterback needy teams are passing on him. The Browns, the Giants, the Steelers, right? Nobody's taking him. Why? I mean, it's more than just, he was good at Colorado. He can process. You have to be an absolute leader, selfless as a quarterback. And I don't think Sanders is that.
I just want to quote what the Steelers depth chart is at quarterback right now. It's fascinating.
Yeah, Mason Rudolph.
And Skylar Thompson.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, look, they're Aaron Rodgers or Kirk Cousins or bust, right?
Well, I remember Skylar Thompson lighting us up, right? Was that right?
Skylar Thompson almost beat the Bills in the playoffs with Miami.
He did. Right? Yeah, he did. Okay, so it's not as bad.
Russell Wilson in their quarterback room. They're shaking. They have Jameis Winston in their quarterback room, but still need a long-term quarterback. And they just made a trade with the Texans. The Texans, we're told maybe they coveted Donovan Jackson, who just went off the board with the Vikings. So now they make this trade. You see the Texans pick up some inventory.
Yeah, that makes sense. We're talking about the line, so.
I can't wait to see who the Giants. Brian Dable's response there, shaking Joe, the GM's hand.
Imagine they take Milroe and Monty's right just early. Because Monty mocked
whoever this picks.
Mocked Milroe too.
That's the same look he had on his face when I told him we're changing quarterbacks in the national championship.
Oh, wow.
Right. Another connection.
Let's have some time for that conversation.
Last time a team drafted another guy, then traded back into the first to draft a quarterback was the Browns and Johnny Manziel. Just want to say that.
I have a thought on that in a second.
The 25th pick to the New York Giants. With the 25th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jackson Dart.
They love Jackson Dart.
Really happy.
Hadi Gashamani, another Ole Miss quarterback going to New York. Eli Manning, of course,
my Giants friend, who
their
really
general
is
manager, Joe Shane,
said,
has a daughter who is.
I'm not listening. So first, I was listening to Mina Kimes and Dominique Foxworth in regards to teams like trading back into the first round for a quarterback.
God, and
recently, the only one that's worked is Lamar Jackson. Like, really think about it. The teams that have traded back in for a quarterback, it doesn't usually work. Because if you didn't like the quarterback at 3, what makes him worth it at 25?
God. Oh, that's kind of cool. I'm not going to lie. I didn't even know that he was a huge Star Wars guy.
Is he?
I mean, apparently.
They're showing it right now, yeah.
I mean, I can't hear what they're saying. I just see the...
Yeah, he's a huge Star Wars guy, dude.
I mean, that's Darth Vader right there. Look at him, yeah.
Oh, yeah, Darth Vader.
Yeah, he is... Okay, best lightsaber color. Purple. Oh.
Purple? Interesting.
Yeah, wait, Mason Windu. Yeah, that makes sense. I kind of like. I you know what? I hate to say it. I know I was talking big about him like during the regular season. God damn it, I kind of like him now.
I'm not a fan, man. I'm not a fan. And listen, maybe you'll prove me wrong. Not a fan of his. I'm not a fan of Shedeur Sanders. The only quarterback in this draft worth a top 3 pick, in my opinion, is Cam Ward.
Yeah, last time the Giants drafted an Ole Miss quarterback, it worked out.
Yeah, of course. Right. I mean, listen, you can always say that bullshit for all kinds of teams.
I just said it.
The last time they drafted this guy from this school, it worked out, right?
Well, quarterback's a pretty important one.
Yeah.
Yeah. God damn it.
I'm glad. I'm glad because now the Jets aren't tempted. I'm glad. And now that Shedeur go to the Browns at the top of the second round.
Ew,
and we
ugly
move.
pick. That was 3
What
guys.
What if the Jets took Shedeur in the second round?
That he won't get past the Browns. If he's there and the Browns pass on him, I'd be shocked.
Can you imagine if Shedeur ended up in the back of the second or some shit like that?
It might happen. People are definitely, the
Steelers or Browns will scoop him up.
They're bitching about his, him being too confident.
Yeah. Falcons traded with so the Rams decided not to do a first rounder this year. The Rams decided to trade the pick to the Falcons, which is interesting.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
And who did the Falcons take with their first? Jalen Walker. Right. So they're probably going to, this is a Will Johnson pick. It's got to be.
Yeah,
right?
That's fair. Yeah, Will Johnson. Go.
It's got to be a Will Johnson pick because DT is so decimated right now for first round value. It just is, I would just think, right? Oh, okay. So the Rams got a first, a second, and a 7th. Well, the 7th is nothing, but a first and a second.
Dude, that's more than the Giants got.
And the Falcons got back a third. And the Falcons got back a third. Okay.
That's what happens when you don't know what everyone else is doing. You get fleeced. You get fleeced, baby.
Yeah. The Giants traded a good amount of capital too, to be honest.
I mean, a second and two thirds, right?
But I mean, I thought it was 2 seconds and a third, right? Is that right?
Or is it 2 seconds and a third? I don't know, man. It's one of the two.
Traded the 26th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With the 26th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select James Pierce Jr.
They went 2. That's insane. But I love it. I love it.
Guys tonight from the Southeastern
Conference.
Georgia.
2 edges. I love it.
And get after the quarterback for sure. James Pierce Jr., Kirk, you and I saw.
Wow. Okay, so they had a really hard time getting into the quarterback last year. And they got these guys for 5 years.
Damn. Let's hope they both work out.
I mean, only one really has to work out, if anything, and one has to be okay.
The Rams.
Yeah, I know, but now, it should work out. You need quarterback pressure. You're gonna get it.
And if one works out, they both should work out.
But you know what? Also, it is right. Think about it. They traded a future first because they have their young stud quarterback in Penix.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Another team that did that said, we have our young quarterback. I would be shocked if Kirk Cousins isn't traded soon.
Which is funny that they doubled up on quarterback last year. Like they're going for the double, man. It might be a smart move long term.
Dude, because they didn't have one worthy edge. Now they have two. Right?
Well, wait, didn't they get Judon last year?
They did, but come on. I mean, he wasn't that good. He's older.
Yeah, and that was all expiring contract.
And the other thing with Jalen Walker.
That's a good guy to learn. Is he still there? Is he still there, Judon?
I don't know. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious now. I would think he's still there, but I could be wrong. He definitely is not. Oh, they have Leonard Floyd that they can learn off of. That's good. Leonard Floyd is rotational.
Well, but also I think
they play 3-4. They play 3-4.
But also again, Jalen Walker plays off the ball and on the ball, so he can provide a lot of versatility. And James Pierce is your edge rusher,
Yeah. Sanders is just laughing.
Well, because I'm pretty sure he knows for a fact he's going to get drafted. He's just, it's just a matter of when.
Imagine if the Ravens took him.
I don't think that's in the cards for them right now.
So how about this? How about this? How about this for a plan? Ravens take Shador, trade Lamar to the Jets for Justin Fields, and a third rounder. You have Fields to mentor Sanders for 2 years, and the Jets get Lamar. Let's do it. Let's do it.
Would never ever happen.
Sure.
Let's do it. No, I think
sure.
Baltimore is in an interesting spot here too, because I saw a lot of guard, I saw Gray Zabel and Booker being mocked to them. They're both gone.
Yeah.
And that is crazy. Ravens pick us in.
Could they go Will Johnson? They lost our guy Brandon Stevens, right?
I thought that was the team to get Pierce. I thought that was the team to get Pierce.
Well, I also saw the Lions for Pierce too. So.
Oh, that would be huge for them. That would be huge for them. Yeah.
That's probably why they traded back in, because he was getting past the Lions.
He wasn't getting past. Yeah, it wasn't getting past us, but it's fun. Yeah.
Man, this has been an interesting draft.
Very interesting.
This back after the Jets pick, it got really interesting, which is actually the relief of it, because everything was predictable for us.
Yeah,
right.
Because we sucked.
Well, I don't. Well, listen, I think that.
And we're cursed.
I swear to God, man.
What are you gonna do? North Carolina?
Yeah, right. You're so lucky I'm in North Carolina, you son of a bitch.
You don't even know where I am.
John, I know where your apartment is. I'll stand outside and wait for your ass.
Am I in my apartment now? Yes or no?
Yeah, but I got time. I'll fly. You got to come back sometime. Where are you?
You're right. I do.
Yeah, exactly. You son
to
of
get
a
laid.
Bitch. Don't be a dick about it.
I'm not a dick about it. Women love me, dude. Women love me, dude.
Monty's face says it all.
He knows. He's seen my game. Monty has seen my game in action the last time I tried in front of him.
Okay, your game.
By the way, it was funny.
Okay,
Gina did pop up in my Facebook recently.
Oh, that's funny.
Hey, John, let's keep this for offline. John doesn't want to text about anything, but I guarantee you he'll want to text about this.
Good point.
I saw Gina on Facebook the other day looking good on that Epic.
All right, John, let's keep that offline, man. Let's keep it offline. No names. Come on. Be respectful.
Look at this guy. Look at this guy. He shaved his freaking stomach. I don't know what's there.
Is that a dolphin? What the hell is that?
Is that a raven? No, it's a Green Bay. It's a Green Bay Packer.
Oh, it's a Green Bay Packer. Jeez. I'm very curious to see what the Ravens. They're going to get a star. That's what they always do.
Well, it's all SEC though. Look at that, 12 from the SEC.
They know where their bread is buttered. That's
agreed.
Man, what an interesting first round.
Yes. Yeah, I think there's a lot of edge guys still. They just really just defense and interior guard, because we basically took their whole line. But all right, picks in.
Let's see what the Ravens got.
Oh, sorry.
25 NFL Draft. The Baltimore Ravens select Malachi Starks, defensive back, Georgia.
Easy. Next, Ed Reed.
Yep.
Yeah, and you pair that up with Kyle Hamilton.
He could not have gone. He could not have had a better landing spot.
Yup, pair that up with. That's just dumb. That is just dumb.
It's unfair.
Oh my God, that's ridiculous. But that's what smart teams do, man. That's what smart teams do.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Nice suit. I do like. I mean, I usually am not a fan of one-tone color, but yeah, I would have preferred a white shirt. Even with the white sneakers, I think that would have worked better. Wow, look! Did you see the cufflinks? I think they were Jordan cufflinks, diamond Jordan cufflinks. Wait.
Jordan sponsors a lot of these.
Yeah, but there was diamond cufflinks of the Michael Jordan logo.
Tet McMillan is a Jordan athlete.
Oh, is he really? Very cool.
Yeah, he's sponsored.
Wow.
Damn.
He does look like a dog, though.
Dude, he's going to be awesome there.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like he can ball. And also the Lions pick is in, too.
These last few picks are very interesting.
Lions needs. What the hell are they? Lions need probably wide receiver, guard, edge, linebacker, but we've been wrong on everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's going to be a day 2 pick, Sanders. That's kind of crazy.
Good.
Draft day is so much fun.
It's the best, man. It is the best day.
Yeah, maybe we should go to the draft next year. Where is it next year?
Not sure.
Who did the Cowboys draft again?
A guard.
Tyler Booker.
Not
Booker,
Tyler
right.
Warren. Yeah.
Yeah. I know a lot of Cowboys fans wanted Tet McMillan.
Yeah, I feel like once he went, maybe they switched over to say, let's take a guard. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, wow. It's in Pittsburgh next year.
He's definitely their backup.
that's
not that far. Maybe we
I was going to say that's easy to get to.
Yeah, we could ride my truck over. Play some golf on the way over, too. What? Yeah, that would be all right.
When's the last time it was here? I don't remember.
Adnan and I were at the last one.
Oh,
That was the last one, right? Yeah.
2013.
Oh, wow.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah, we were. Remember I was going nuts for the Taj Boyd pick?
Yeah.
And I was on TV, and I got Ian Rappaport to sign something because I started yelling at him about Pez because he's a huge Seinfeld fan, and he loves. And
He's
he
a
has
huge Seinfeld fan.
yeah, and he has a Pez collection. Like I looked it up, and then I was like, "What's with you and Pez?" Because he wasn't talking to anybody, and then like he heard that and was like, "Huh." You know what I mean? Wait.
So, I don't know if you guys have followed it all. Drew from New Jersey. He's a Jet fan. He's funny. He tweeted, Walmart Zach Wilson goes to the Giants. Congrats.
That's so fucking funny.
Oh, wow. Look at Man Campbell. Just, God, he's just. I love him. I'm sorry, I do. Ooh, could they take Will Johnson to pair that up with DJ Reed? That would be interesting. But you know what? Edge makes more sense, right? At this point.
Mike Green is still. That's interesting.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Jahad Campbell is still there. Wow.
Yeah, Mike. That just screams a freaking Dan Campbell pick. Really easy name to pronounce.
Jets might have to go defense.
That's what I was saying because there's a lot of edge guys still there. The Toledo D tackle is also still around too, and the Boston College edge guy is there too.
Mike Green being here is an absolute steal of the. But watch him fall to the Eagles. Mike Green, watch.
That's like the one thing they don't need, but they don't care.
They don't care. They're trenches.
That's everyone right now is trenches.
Yeah. That's amazing. Oh, look at the volume.
28th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
Wow.
They don't.
There is nothing quite like seeing a Buckeye go to the Lions right there, and a lot of the fans who might be Michigan fans.
It's trenches. It's a lot of D tackles.
Yeah,
we did talk about this. This is a really deep class for D tackles. We did say this.
Yeah,
but we thought we were going to get one of those guys in the second round potentially.
Right. It's weird that they're going at what's deep, like early. Like they're like, all right, there's so many guys, so let me grab one right now. What?
Yeah.
Well, because I think the point is right is like also with these teams, if you're like Tyleik Williams is a Dan Campbell guy, right? And if you find somebody like that, you take them.
Yeah.
So
that's
listen, so
5 D tackles. It's the most drafted position, I think, in this draft round.
The funny thing, so I was
yeah.
CFB Kings just tweeted or showed a screenshot on 5/1/24. Someone tweeted at Deion Sanders or somebody, tell your son stop act like he the coldest out here, then put up a 4-8 season. And then Deion responded, he will be a top 5 pick. Where your son going? LOL, I got time today. LOL. And then that tweet got community noted. Shedeur Sanders was not a top 5 pick. I love it.
Yeah. Here's some crazy stats, about this draft class, right? First off, guard and D tackle has gone, I think more like those are the edge is the second most drafted position right now at 4 picks, but guard is up there too with 3, but it's all the interior trenches right now. That's this draft. It's just really interesting. It's usually the edge,
Yeah, well, it's interesting, man. Look, there are so many good players still left, man. God, if the Jets can get Mason Taylor or Jaden Higgins in the second round, I will be the happiest dude in the world.
Yeah. Mason Taylor is who I want.
Same. I agree.
I think you could wait, though. I think you could. I mean,
if you want him, you don't wait.
Yeah.
Like
so, and Mike Green is still there. You have the South Carolina safety still there. You have Darius Alexander from Toledo still there. You have Will Johnson, which is crazy that he's even still there, right? I mean, if you really wanted to just do Sanders and just say fuck it, you could. Elijah Arroyo, that's another one too. Yeah, there's just a lot of guys. There's a lot of guys. Sherman Turner is still there. That's a D tackle from A&M. He's a big dude. Well, he's the smaller one. Who am I thinking is the big one? Oh, it's the Toledo kid. Yeah, 6'4", 305. Darius Alexander. That's who. If I were the Jets, that's who I'd be eyeing right now. Darius Alexander.
Yeah.
Or even the Boston College edge kid or Mike Green. Those those three guys are first-round talents. Those guys are first-round talents.
I just am not so interested in defense right now. I think our defense is in a good place. I don't think we need to, be stacking up. I think we add defense later in the draft and we train it up with the fact that our coaching staff is very defensive centric and that we have some good veterans that can, help train up younger defensive talent at pretty much every level.
So you would want to go wide receiver at this point?
I want to go best available, and I want to lean towards offense still.
Yeah, I understand, but best available right now is on the defensive side, though.
Well, John, it's interesting, right? Like, just chiming in on this topic. So I just saw like an interview with Aaron Glenn when they were talking about taking Membu, and he was like, I believe the way to build a team is inside out. So I wouldn't be shocked with that mentality if the second round pick is a defensive tackle. Right? So now,
an edge. Yeah, Mike Green, the Boston College kid whose name.
Yeah, but dude, the Jets are picking what? 11 picks into the first round. A lot of these guys are in the second round. I'm sorry. A lot of these guys aren't going to be.
And that's what I was about to say. Like, yes, you're based on right this second. If the Jets picked right now, you would be right. But once we get deep in the second, when the Jets actually pick, a lot of this talent that seems to be in abundance might not be.
And I don't think they're trading up because I just don't think they have like the capital to do it right now. Right?
No,
so like.
But maybe early in the second, they hop somebody like who just
Look, for me, ideally, a good tight end services two needs. You add to the line to give pass protection, and you give your quarterback their best target.
NFL draft, the Washington Commanders select Josh Conerly Jr.
Great pick,
Oregon.
Great pick, amazing pick. But Monty, back to your point, right? Like, I get what you're saying about tight end, but these tight ends, they're not helping the offensive line. These guys aren't like a George Kittle.
They're better than what we have now.
Right, but not at blocking.
You can wait. You can wait on these tight ends. You can wait on these.
No, I don't think you wait on the tight end. What I'm saying to Monty is you're not drafting a tight end at 42 saying, I'm getting a hybrid George Kittle.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying you're getting a better blocker than what we have in the tight end room right now.
No, you're not. That's the point.
I disagree. You think Mason Taylor's not a better blocker than fucking Jeremy Ruckert?
Dude, he's not a blocker. He's going to be a guy who's going to be lined up.
I know he's going to be doing that, but you think he's not going to be ever on any blocking snaps? That's ridiculous.
I mean, I think it's negligible. I think you're drafting these guys because you want someone. And listen, I don't think they should pass on tight end because I don't think you're going to find a comparable tight end in the third round. So if it's Mason Taylor, if it's, Elijah Arroyo, whoever's there, or Jaden Higgins, you got to go one of those three guys. And hopefully one of those three will be available.
Yeah, just after those guys, just so you know, there's Terrence Ferguson from Oregon, Gunnar Helm, who's, another receiving guy. Then you have Harold Fannin Jr., the Bowling Green guy we talked about.
But they're all rated behind Mason Taylor and Arroyo, right?
They are.
So that's kind of my point.
Yeah, right? Arroyo and Taylor are the next tier. Yes,
right.
Correct.
So if you look at it, if you can get Warren and Loveland are gone. So if you can get the next best tight end in that second tier, it's much better than waiting until the third round and then getting a third or fourth tier tight end or reaching for a tight end, right?
I just think it's easier. Like, let's say if the tight end starts slipping, but you see a best available that's not tight end that's really good, you just snap on that and then you trade back into the second again.
Yeah, but I don't think
it's easier and it's less costly that way.
Right, but I also don't like. Do they have the ammo to trade back in? Right. Keep in mind, next year they don't have a third rounder. Right. So how are you trading back in? Do they have enough ammo this year? Are they going to sacrifice a fourth rounder this year? Right. Like they don't have the ammo to do that kind of stuff.
I concur. I don't know. This is getting interesting, though. Sanders is this day 2 pick right now, unless somebody does something.
Oh, that's somebody did because like the Browns are sitting there right now. And they're like, why do we have to do anything?
They don't. They have the top of the second, right?
That's what I'm saying, right? So it's like, who's gonna jump them for Shador? Watch the Jets do it. watch the Jets trade up to the Eagles.
Wow. Here's something crazy. The Browns have the 2nd and 4th pick in the 2nd round.
After that trade, right? Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And the Bears have 7 and 9. So, and they didn't take tight end, right? No, they did.
They took the Bears took Colston Loveland.
Oh, they did. Okay, so they don't have to worry about them. I'm just looking at the teams that are in the 2nd round before us, right? Saints, probably not. They probably have too much to do. Raiders, definitely not. Titans, I don't think they do. Anyway, picks in for the Bills.
National Harrison to me is a really good.
Don't take
wide receiver. It's gonna be wide receiver, I think.
Don't take Jihad Campbell
back from Kentucky.
Yeah.
Although they're probably going to go in the trenches, just knowing them.
Mike Green is there. I don't want them taking him.
Oh, they're so taking
Can
edge.
you play man to man?
They're so
Play
taking
the ball,
edge.
be part of the field, and can you tackle?
Even Will Johnson.
Secondary.
Which one of those you have to have? Like
I think any of the three will get you beat. Even if you cover the guy, if you can't judge the ball, he catches it. You can't cover him, he's going to catch the ball. And if you can't tackle him, he's going to run for a touchdown. So they're all they all kind of.
I mean, I don't understand how Will Johnson has fallen this far. I don't understand it.
I heard questions about him. Heard question marks about him.
Who, Mike Green?
No, Will Johnson.
Yeah, well, I saw today that people think his knee injury is degenerative.
Right.
Bills fan to make this selection in the final few picks of this first round of the 2025.
This is,
Make a wish, or
yeah, it has to be.
Stepping to have an even greater impact as a wish maker for Make-A-Wish. For the 2nd time tonight, we have the opportunity to grant a wish for a deserving young man to announce the first pick for his favorite team.
Could you imagine if they traded the pick and then he couldn't get to do it? That'd be so messed up.
He looks like a South Park character.
Neuromuscular disorder is a huge Buffalo Bills fan, and he's here with me to make the announcement for his beloved Bills. Go ahead, Tommy.
Let's go, Buffalo! With the 30th pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Maxwell Harrison. Let's go!
Fine.
Speedy quarterback.
A short corner? I'll take that. Dude,
Harrison is headed to
the Jets had the best first round of any team in the division.
A little bit of a Kentucky blue to the suit, and it'll match well in Buffalo too, Des.
Yeah, man. Maxwell is such a big person.
That was also a really high grade corner too.
Yeah.
ESPN gave him a 90 grade, Will Johnson a 91, just to kind of put it out there. And he was obviously expected to be a first rounder, given that he's.
So
there.
I'm gonna say
nice suit combo.
I just refreshed Twitter. The Eagles moved up to 31.
Why?
And they traded 32 and 164. I bet it's Mason Taylor.
Why would they move up one place?
So nobody else could, right? Maybe they got word that someone else wanted to move up.
They had 32nd. They're trading with one person.
Yeah, but if somebody
They gave him a
wanted
fourth.
but if someone wanted to trade up ahead of them,
oh, you
for
mean
someone
out
they
of?
wanted? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
What was the pick number? 161.
164, I think.
That's is that a comp? That's a comp pick, isn't it?
Yeah, you can trade. Yeah, they traded 32 and 164 to the Chiefs.
Right, but I'm saying that'd be a comp pick, right?
Yeah, and you can trade comp picks now. So yeah.
Oh wait, God, that's so far. It's a 5th rounder.
Yep. Well, I mean, Debo went for a 5th rounder, so it's got some value.
All right.
We'll see what they do with it, but
Eagles. Well, they're not going to take cornerback. We know that. They doubled down on that last year, including bringing back the endangered species that once was.
The white corner. I bet you it's Mason Taylor.
Yeah, that seems to make sense. If that's the case, then you don't reach for tight end on Arroyo, right?
I mean, Arroyo is not a reach at 42.
True, but well,
if he goes early, I mean, we got to see how it plays out, right? I mean, if the tight ends are gone, if the receivers are gone, then you pivot. But we have to see what's there.
That's the thing. The receivers are not gone.
Then you go receiver.
You got Higgins. You got Trey Harris, Luther Burden,
Jalen Noel, Jack Betch. I know.
Kyle Williams, Jack Beck. Yeah, I mean, like, there's some stud wide receivers here.
Yeah.
Like, Jack Beck is really solid, Did
the Eagles trade up to get Mike Green to make sure nobody took him?
That seems like it makes more sense.
You know what I mean? Maybe that's what it is.
For that position, yeah.
That makes more sense.
You know what I mean?
Because trading up to get a tight end when they're still
and the Chiefs moved down one, and they aren't taking an edge rusher, so they can pick up a pick and still get who they want. Maybe it's Josh Simmons for the Chiefs.
By the way, after these 2 picks, we'll just hang it up and then do a draft recap after.
Yeah.
Yeah. And second round starts tomorrow at 7. I don't know if we're gonna be able to. Yeah, I don't know if I can do a recording then.
No, let's just let's regroup next week and we'll do our draft recap and all of that.
Yep, and then the Are the Jets Cursed episode.
Yep.
Yeah, which will be the week after. But what I'll say also is if something crazy happens tomorrow, let's be ready to, record a quick video or jump on or something like that.
Yep.
Only if it's insane, right? Like if the Jets trade for somebody crazy, you know what I mean? Oh, Membu, I am so happy, man.
I'm over the moon with that one. I mean, that's
so happy, man. And Monty, I know that you and I were banging the drum for Tyler Warren, but I just think this was the right pick for now, the future, and all that.
Well, I said for a while that look, the sexier pick is Tyler Warren, but we for some time now have realized that if they're going to follow an actual working NFL football team strategy, which would be the Lions, they're going to have to follow in the footsteps of how they built that team, and they built that team through the trenches.
Right, which is a tackle and then, a tight end in the second round. So let's see how that plays out.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I have the feeling D tackles can be our next pick.
Wait, why? Oh, the Eagles.
Just
that's
because.
Why you think what, John? I'm sorry.
I mean, if somehow Green made it there or the the Boston College kid. Darius Alexander's there. I mean, he's a first-round talent.
Yeah,
Darius Alexander's a first-round talent.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think that there's just I get what Glenn said. I get it. I understand the logic. But man, I just don't know how you cannot get, because they're also talking up Justin Fields, right? So I don't know how you can't get him another weapon with that second round pick. You know,
that's what I'm saying. It's kind of tough, you know, like.
Yeah. Actually, that'd be really funny. I don't want to scare you guys with the Brees Hall thing, but Trayvon Henderson is still there.
And he might go to the Chiefs at 32, right?
Yeah,
I see now. So
they do have Pacheco.
Yeah, Pacheco. Like they had no running game in the playoffs.
Well, he did get hurt, and the O-line took a little bit of a hit in the playoffs.
And look, I mean, Travion could go
Josh
in the second round.
Josh Simmons would be their pick, realistically. That'd be a really Kansas City pick right there, Josh Simmons.
Yeah, that's exactly what they need.
Yeah, because other than that, there's not really another first round talent on the O-line available.
Well, that and again, that's why you had to go Membu at 7. Because by the time you get to the second round, you're not getting a right tackle.
Correct. Yeah, there's not much left there. All right, we're almost there. I'm starting to 4 hours of recording is crazy.
Right, I know.
I love every second of it. I really do.
Yeah, they dragged this thing a little too much, though. It wasn't this long, I don't think, last time.
No, and at this point, I don't think it matters that I don't think YouTube's gonna shut us down for streaming this thing.
Yeah, I think they're probably like,
if they are, we don't care.
Yeah,
got him.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I think we're still good. Yeah, we're still good.
Yeah, I checked it a little while ago. We're fine.
Yeah, I'm checking it now too. We're good.
The Kansas City Chiefs have traded the 31st pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. With the 31st pick in the 2025 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jihad Campbell.
Wow.
Yeah.
Jihad Campbell. So I guess they're moving on from what's
He's a beast. He's a beast. But linebacker.
Double down on defense. That's what got them.
So I guess they're moving on from what, Nolan Smith?
I mean,
Nolan's more of an edge.
Not really.
Yeah, he's playing.
He's like an off the ball linebacker.
Right,
edge
exactly.
Kind of
That's Jihad Campbell. Interesting.
I thought Jihad Campbell was more of like a middle linebacker.
No, he is a middle linebacker, but he can also rush the quarterback. But I'll say that's interesting to me with Mike Green still on the board. Now the Chiefs are going to probably go Josh Simmons. You would think, unless they go Mike Green, which
they do need D-line help. They do need D-line help.
So here's another thing that I find interesting, right? And I get it. Like, why would you help the team that just beat you in the Super Bowl?
I mean, they beat him once too.
For a 5th round pick, like, I don't know why you would do that.
Wow, what a great moment, man. I just love seeing these dudes, you know, come through and just have that win for their lifetime, you know? Like, this is life-changing for them, for their families.
Awesome,
like
man.
it's a cool moment, man.
Yeah, I agree completely.
I mean, even though now with the NIL stuff, these guys have all been rich since sophomore year, but
you know what it is, man? Like, even with NIL and all of that,
I know it doesn't take away. I get it.
No, but I'm just saying, like, that NIL money. Yes, I mean it's millions of dollars, whatever. But when you get drafted, that's when you make like generational money.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and so I think it's I think it's really cool. And
this guy plays all over. He plays in the middle. He can come off the edge. He's very versatile, man.
Yeah, he's a middle linebacking beast.
I think he's I think he can play either. That's
he's
why the confusion.
Man. Yeah.
He's a beast. All right, last pick, guys. Thank God.
Pick, finally. Jesus.
It's got to be Mike Green.
So now it's
or Josh Simmons.
Now it's the stupid Chiefs.
Nice dress.
Yep. These guys are all like dressed for a funeral.
Prom.
I feel like with the dark glasses.
Yeah, prom.
Black suits and dark glasses is funeral.
Yeah, it's true. But nowadays prom, because we have no class these days.
I'm going to be honest. I know I'm going to sound like a dick and a hater. I don't care. I am so glad Shedeur Sanders got humbled the fuck up. Good. Fuck you, man. Running your mouth, showing your fucking Rolex, living off of your dad's name. Not that fucking good now, huh?
He'll be a second rounder. I mean, there's guys.
5 years later, Super Bowl All-Pro.
Right?
Yeah, and listen, if he is, he proved me wrong. But you know what? All his bullshit talking got him not drafted in the first round. He lost millions of dollars. And I know it doesn't matter.
We literally have, I think when you're picked is just so not that huge of a deal in this case, because we literally have the last pick in the entire draft from 2 years ago is a top 10 starter.
No, I get, dude. Listen, I'm not saying Shedeur
right now.
Listen, I'm not saying Shedeur won't win 10 Super Bowls. I'm saying in this moment, I'm glad this happened to him.
Yeah, I mean, if I mean, that's presuming all the shit you've heard that he had a bad interview and this and that is true.
True.
But so let's.
I mean, it's draft. This is draft day with that quarterback that got in the movie.
But so let me ask you this though.
Oh.
Let's say that isn't true. Then this is even worse for him.
Yeah.
Because then that means that people said, we watched you play and don't think you're a good quarterback.
Well, I mean, the consensus also was that most of these quarterbacks were not amazing and that this wasn't a strong quarterback draft.
32nd pick in the 2025 NFL Draft. The Kansas City Chiefs select Josh Simmons, tackle, Ohio State.
10 pick. What is
that?
That is the 11th Big Ten pick.
That must be
that's the most.
Wow.
Yep. All right, I can close that now, right?
And that's it. And that's the draft, ladies and germs. That's the first round. 2025 NFL Draft.
Listen, initial reactions. I think we're all ecstatic about the Jets pick. We'll see how the rest of the weekend plays out, and we'll be back for a recap next week.
That's right.
Yep. And just remember to buy our swag.
Are you in need of ethically sourced, 100% non-toxic, laughter-inducing apparel?
Buy our swag!
Do you long for merchandise that respects your right to chuckle in a safe, turbulence-free environment?
Buy our swag!
Look no further. The Laugh Through the Turbulence store is here to provide you with the most socially conscious, eco-friendly-ish, and cancellation-resistant merch available.
Buy our swag!
Our products have been metaphorically crash-tested for comedic integrity, ensuring they meet the highest standards of non-offensive, inclusive, and totally New York Jets-approved humor.
Buy our swag!
Whether you're looking for a t-shirt that says Laugh Through the Turbulence, a New York Jets podcast, or a hat that says Laugh Through the Turbulence, a New York Jets podcast, we've got you covered.
Buy our swag!
So, take a smooth, seatbelt-fastened journey over to our store. The link is in the bio of our YouTube page, and shop with confidence. Because the only turbulence you should experience is watching the New York Jets.
Buy our swag!
Disclaimer, no actual turbulence was used in the making of this match.
website FS might include uncontrollable giggling, heightened fashion sense, and an overwhelming desire to laugh about the New York Jets. Ha ha ha.
Buy our swag!